See that big pond there? See if I was to go there and I was to put 7 continents in it, right? That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. See that big pond there? See that big pond there? That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. See that big pond there? 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. You see that big pond there? 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. This channel represents any flat earth map or model. Really, the situation is it's common man like us. Don't know really where we are. Well, guys, that's your question. You get this flat. I'm just going to get to it in a minute. Right. We'll see that big pond there. We'll see that big pond there. 7 continents in it. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. We'll see that big pond there. See if I was to go there and I was to put 7 continents in it, right? That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. We'll see that big pond there. We'll see that big pond there. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. 7 continents in it. We'll see that big pond there. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. We'll see that big pond there. 7 continents in it. 7 continents in it. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. Again, this channel represents any flat earth map or model. Really, the situation is it's common man like us. Don't know really where we are. That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in.
How you doing, Glenn?
What's going on?
All right, man. I've noticed that you've kept your camera off this time.
Yeah. Well, you guys had no cameras on last night.
Aye, well, sometimes it's better for the feeds, getting the internet. If
It might
everybody's
work
got their
better for me tonight.
aye, you sound a lot better, man. You sound probably the best I've heard you in a while. Like you've always had a problem with your mic, man.
I think I just sound better because I'm on the other side of the fence now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like I said, man, with flat Earth, I just I come to the conclusions it can't be true for a lot of reasons because it's a lot of make believe, but just the numbers, man, just the amount of people. Like there's very few people in this, and I don't care what they say. There can't be as many people as they let on, because in my mind, we're already famous in flat Earth, not on YouTube by all means, but in flat Earth YouTube, we're famous. If you get 100 views on a video, man, that's flat Earth viral.
Well,
They all heard about it.
I've noticed Eric Dubay is starting to share Dell stuff. He's sharing this stuff. You know what I mean? So
that's something I never seen in history yet. Eric Dubay share a video from like a person like of us. I've never seen that ever.
Mm-hmm. That could be just pure last ditch stuff. Just like it seems like desperation to me. I think they're trying to cash in. I think they've realized they can't accumulate enough numbers to make decent money on the YouTube stuff. So they need to like ramp it up somehow with these conferences. I was just, do you know how I was broadcasting earlier my game? And then you were on my chat. Well, yeah. I was listening to Globebusters, and then I had to turn it off because I was going to have a DVD night with the family. So I was just trying to catch up there and now. And I skipped it forward, and I noticed the conference stuff coming up, and I was like, oh my God. And it shows you the people that's going to be there, like Morgile, Bob, Carly Sunshine, fucking all these different, all the faces that we've seen, we recognize. These people are going to be having conferences, man.
Yeah, it's the same amount of people, man, like that we've been seeing for the last even year. You know what I mean? There's no really new faces, and nobody's really leaving. It's the same people all the time involved in the same thing. It's almost like people just take turns. Even us, we stop for a week or whatever, and then we're back. But it's like it's the same people over and over. No one else is making a move. And it seems they want you to seem like it's so big, but yet we're the only ones here.
I think you're right, man. I don't think it's as big as we think. But for some reason, when you put Flat Earth in the titles on your videos, they get a lot of views. So how's that happening?
I thought a year ago that like YouTube put us in a bubble, because I always remember Mark Sargent saying, whatever it is, even if it's negative against Flat Earth, put Flat Earth in the title. And I always thought maybe that's like maybe they just redirecting us in a bubble sort of type thing, so that, once you're in, but you have a hard time when you got a new IP address and a new device without don't speak flat Earth language. Like you actually have to spell out the whole thing in order for it to even pick up flat Earth. Like a new phone, for instance, it has a hard time it doesn't know those words you're going to give it. It doesn't know flat Earth. It doesn't combine them. But when you got a new device and a new IP address, man, you can't find anything. Like when you literally have to spell out flat Earth and type it in to get it to come up. And when it does come up, well, the people that it give you, they're none of the ones that we like.
You're right, man, because we got a new TV for the bedroom. It's one of those smart TVs. So we can hook up to the modem. And it's like blank. And I had a YouTube and it was like blank. And I was typing in Flat Earth and it's the same stuff that comes up. Eric Dubay's 200 It's like there's nothing new. It's the same stuff. And it's like you said, it seems to be a small corner of YouTube. It is. It's a lot smaller. I thought they thought it was going to explode, and it's not. It's just not exploded like they thought it was going to. There's no way.
Well, especially after 2 years, man. I mean, you would think it would have took some ground. You know what I mean? Whether it was true or not true, if enough people were talking about it, it would have took some flight. You know what I mean? And it hasn't. So that tells me there's not as many people in this as they like you to think.
Were you listening to Globebusters tonight?
No. No.
I can't stand that Morgell's voice, man. It just like that.
Oh, I know.
Oh, it's like a foghorn or
I think you're right on them cashing out, though. I get that feeling, you know, all of them, like they've all at one point, when you think back, like you guys said in the show last night, flat earthers tend to forget, you know, they really do. But these people that are asking for money, and then, you know, even 6 months later, these people forget it. It's like they just forget all about that. And it's like, I don't forget that. Like, I remember shit from a year and a half ago, like, and that's kind of my beef with people, because I've already been down the road with them, and then once I wash my hands, it's like, see you later. Like, I don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
I don't figure I don't figure I have anything left to learn off these guys. You know, like, I've learned their little tricks.
So where would you say you stand now? Because I seen you hugging a globe at the end of one of your videos. It was actually you that made me aware of the super chat, chat stuff. I didn't realize that was happening until I seen your video, and then John LeBon came on last night and started talking about the conferences, and I thought he was kidding. And he says, no, there's going to be a big announcement tomorrow that there's going to be conferences, and I was like, no way, and they're going to be charging up to $200.
That's I don't know, man. That's just ridiculous. But I think it's just a last rake-in. But you know what, though? It's good. It really is good that they're charging shit for this and selling T-shirts and all this, because I think the more people that see that these bastards want their money, they'll just turn away from it.
Exactly,
you know,
man.
Flat Earth, when I came here, was free, man. It didn't cost me nothing to join, right? You know, that's how I look at it. And yeah, man, I took it. I did. Hook, line, and sinker. I did. There's no doubt in my mind, man. I literally thought the Earth was flat. And for me, it wasn't moon experiments or anything, the science, nothing. It's numbers, man. It's just, it's so ridiculous. Like, you can't even imagine believing in something that maybe only 100 people believe in. That's how ridiculous it is. Because who says that they're flat earthers? Who admits that? Even of this bunch, who admits that? Not a lot. Look at Dell. He won't even admit it.
I know, but
He'll talk about it, but
he kind of does admit it. He says that water does not conform to any shapes. It always becomes level. And
in the duck pond.
but that's what he says. So
he admits it in those ways. He does admit it in those ways, but he won't just come out and say, I'm a flat earther. He won't say that. You know, like, he won't take that title, whereas they all want everyone else to take the title. If one of those people met him, that he met on the street, called him up or emailed him and said, hey, man, I'm a flat earther now, he'd say, awesome. You know, you can't tell me that he wouldn't. So if he's not a flat earther, why does he want other people to be?
He's definitely representing flat Earth.
No doubt about it.
There's no doubt. And he puts it in all his titles, and a lot of people have said that to him. And even the people that follow him and support him, why do they not say, right, here, man, I'm a flat earther. Are you embarrassed to say you're a flat earther as well? Come on, come out the closet, man. You know what I mean?
And they have no map or model, or let alone a working map or a model. But yet, no matter what, he says his channel doesn't pump any models. But what is that pond with 7 continents in it?
Exactly. So that must not have
that's
an ice on it.
That's a model. Like, that's what he's calling a model. That's what he's saying we live in. So I mean, what's he representing?
Well, the beginning of his hangout last night, he was really angry, like, and he says, we'll make models. He says, I could get Earth, soil, atmosphere. He reckons he could replicate his world on his lap. It's like, and when I heard Tim on his show, did you hear Tim going on his show?
Oh man, it's another thing. Flat earthers will say that he won, but man, anybody with a brain would know that Tim kicked him, man, like hard. And you know what's funny? Even before that, when JLB, this was like a year ago, JLB and Antonio went in the ring, sort of say, that's the way they made it look like there was going to be this big brawl. And it turned out to be a really respectable discussion, you know, more than anything. But I still say, and even at that very point, I was a flat earther. I believed the earth was flat. And I was hoping that Antonio and and Nathan, that's who the moderator was, but he was in there on the panel too. I was hoping that between the two of them, even if they collaborated together, that they would have kicked JLB's ass. I was hoping that, but it didn't happen. And flat earthers right after the show were celebrating that they won, and clearly in my head, and I was a flat earther, they didn't win. JLB kicked their ass, and I even said that in the chats that night. You know what I mean? It wasn't a win to me, but they thought it was a win. I mean, you know, they all did. They were celebrating. They thought it was a win. But I look at Del and look at the way he talks in his chat the other day, man. And then I look at you guys' chat you guys had last night. That was so like respectable, all you guys together, and you guys didn't agree on everything, that's for sure. So, and it
there was definitely conflict and difference in opinion, but there was nobody shouting or screaming, or it was very respectable last night. I thought that was brilliant last night, how there was people with different opinions. I'm now, I believe it's an oblate spheroid. JLB's like a geocentrist. Jem Panda's a definite sphere, and he believes in all the NASA. Tim's he's a conspiracy theorist. He believes in the sphere, but he's a bit, again, so everybody had a difference. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. It was such and I thought, that's why I invited you today, because you've got a different opinion than all of us. And I just thought the conversation would have been a good mix.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. I went to sleep last night. When I got up, it was all over. And I started watching the show before I even checked my email. And then I went to my email. I'm like, I did have a link to that. Oh, man. I was like, fuck.
I sent VB a link as well.
Oh, validate. Oh, my God, man. What happened to him, man?
Oh, I didn't ken, man. He must. Do you think he actually got sold out, or do you think he just put up the white flag to Nathan Oakley and said,
well, I hate to be a conspiracy theorist again, but man, it sure looks that way, man. It feels that way anyway. I don't know. It seems that way. He did his show. The lights were bright. He had his new microphone. It was like, oh man.
But even the way he was speaking, he was all sheepish in his face. He looked all baby faced, and there was something missing for him. The fire that was in VB, the cool cat, it was gone. It was gone in a whoosh. And it was like you were looking at a different person, and it was just weird, man. It was
it was like an MK Ultra or something.
It was. It's like
I know.
It's hard to see something chance. It's
it was a different vibe that night when he went live. He was reading, and it was like I was waiting for him to get his reading glasses on. It was so.
It reminds me of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson when he got lobotomized and he came out and he was like, I just feel like putting a cushion over Validation Boy's face again. Put him in his misery now, man.
That video you made with One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, I still got that in my private section in my YouTube.
Man. That was a good one.
That was, man. You know, I got a lot of shit for that as a flat earther pumping that, but it was worth it, man. They did look like that, man.
Aye, and it was funny. There wasn't a lot of funny stuff going on in Flat Earth either. Again, I was trying to make people laugh, and I was trying to be sort of jokey with the Flat Earthers as well. But there's been a sort of change since the new year. There has been a change. I've noticed this aggression towards globers, and I heard Del calling us criminal-minded. We're the scum of the earth. I was like, oh my God, you know what I mean? They're like,
I know.
And if you
and these are the same people he's talking to on the street. You know, they must be criminals in the scum of the earth too, because they believe in the ball, right? I think there's some definite things in the world, man, that I don't and I will never understand. You know, I'm going to walk away from this more confused than I ever walked into it. But I think I'm better to walk away. And I'll tell you, dude, you don't realize that you're in a cult, and you really don't, because you've never been in flat earth. Dude. It's a cult, and you don't realize it's a cult until you actually walk away. Walk away, because I could go back anytime I want. They accept anybody. They're like a religion. I could go back to flat earth tomorrow if I want. But guess what? I'm not, and that's the thing. You don't realize you're in a cult until you actually leave. And then you realize the restraints that you had, and now I can say whatever the hell I want about any of them, and I don't worry about anything.
But that's what I was saying last night as well, because like I said, I used to argue for flat earth sometimes in the comments, like some people that were staunch on NASA, and they would attack some of the flat earthers. So I would find myself actually defending flat earthers, saying, well, how do you know? How do you know satellites exist? And I was on the side, and when I feel like I've got some views or points, I didn't feel anyone on my side. It's just like it's suddenly like kind of it's like you've got no one on your side when you believe in the globe, because the people that do believe in the globe in general don't care. They're just getting on with their lives. They're not going to be on the internet telling everyone the Earth's a ball. Everybody knows the fucking Earth's a ball. But there's only a small minority of people like me that show my face and that try and tell people like what I'm seeing doesn't match flat Earth. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just telling people, hey, look at this. This doesn't match anything I've seen on flat Earth. Can have a look. And when you see people deliberately avoiding it, man, it must be like a sort of brainwashing cult type thing. And when it goes beyond them looking at evidence, it's just like, oh, for anything, like even in a court case, if the judge suddenly just turned around and didn't look at a certain piece of important evidence to maybe nail the case, if he just turned around, what would you think of that judge? You think he's corrupt. Someone's gave that judge a backhander, Ken, if he's not looking at the evidence here. And that's how I feel now. I feel like I'm in this courtroom and I'm trying to present evidence and people are turning away from it. And it just feels like, do you know what? You're all fucking corrupt.
Yeah. And it's even in this, it's hard to even say I'll stay out of drama and this and that and just do research, because when you're looking at a lot of these videos, man, they're not, like you got to look back at how many things got buried, like things got exposed, then things got debunked, certain things in it, and those videos just got buried, man, and you can't find them anymore. There's so many good key points to disprove flat Earth, but there's been so many videos made since that those videos are hard to find or gone. They don't come up and you recommend it for you. I remember watching videos a year ago that deliberately I went to go and look for to bring me back to them, and I couldn't find them. They're gone.
So what happened with the Tiger Dan situation? Did you hear anything else back about that?
No, I'm going to call next. I have to call the UK. It's a UK matter.
All right. Is that a UK matter?
I'm curious to see if I don't think they'll ever tell me. I truly don't think they'll tell me, but I think that I think that they have it. YouTube actually would have his real name, to be able to track him, because we really don't know his real name.
Do you think the people on YouTube maybe thought, what the fuck? After they got off the phone, you thought, what the hell? Like, do you think they maybe took you serious, or maybe because that was a crazy?
Well, it was a non-emergency line just to ask a question. You know what I mean? How do you go about doing something? And all I did was get information, but the girl probably did think, yeah, this is a weird one.
I thought it was quite extreme myself. Like I thought, wow, he's just phoned up YouTube to ask where someone like went missing. Like it was just crazy, man. It was a bit surreal. I couldn't believe you done something like that. I just thought it was quite a way.
It's something that I wonder, though. I mean, this is a guy that was gonna go all out and debunk flat Earth in his mind. Now, whether he was gonna do it or not, I don't know. Maybe someone would have come and debunked him. But you can't tell me for the last year as being a flat earther that hasn't been on my mind as to where the hell he is. I wait all the time for his next videos to come up just to see, right? Because usually when people leave flat Earth or whatever, they come back, and he hasn't come back. So it's always been a mystery to me.
Have you never thought that maybe he's realized that the Earth isn't flat, and then because he's put so much into trying to prove flat Earth, he feels like egg on the face, and he feels a bit embarrassed. And not a lot of people can swallow the humble pie, say, do you know what, I was wrong, and then continue.
No, he did do that. He did do that. If you watch his previous 5 videos, he did do that, and that's when everybody turned on him. Like they do with every flat earther that leaves, they turn on you. Like that, I could name you a bunch of people that they've turned on, that turned from flat Earth and just said to hell with it, and then came to fight them a little bit and played some Glober videos and pissed them off, and then they'll sick Dan Pratt on them or whatever, and and then they just disappear.
Did you hear Nathan Oakley the other night there?
With that girl?
Aye.
I didn't watch it, man. And my wife, she watched the whole thing. She was disgusted by it, but I didn't watch it. My wife's like, oh no, you got to listen. I said, listen, if I watch it, I'm going to make a video. I don't need to watch it. And that's when I get engaged to make a video. It was like the other day, I don't know how it come up, my recommended for you, but Nathan talking about Rory and them guys. And it was like, he's going to expose himself with how much money he makes off YouTube. And I watched like 10 minutes of it and it just sets me off. Now I got to make a video. It's like, that's why people, I can't watch them, man, because I get too involved. It's like, I can't, the video ain't over and I got to go make a video.
There's no much to watch nowadays. Remember, like, maybe 6-7 months ago, like Antonio and Nathan side by side, buddies, Ken. Every other day there was a hangout where they were talking about something controversial. Or nowadays it's, where's Nathan Oakley? Really, he's trying to latch on to certain hangouts, and he's kind of lost, I think, in the flat earth.
He's busy sending out packages. I think they're selling merchandise. Smokes and groceries. Man.
But it's crazy, man. It's I'm still hooked. I'm hooked.
Oh, there's no doubt I'm hooked. But I think it's like what you said. You guys were talking about last night in your show was. I think we're all sitting around waiting for the end, and I think this is the end with the money grabbing thing. But I think these assholes are going to take what they can take from it and leave. And then I think there's going to be more assholes that's going to take their place and more gullible people. See, that's the thing. What we're dealing with is a lot of these flat earthers are lonely people to begin with. This is a life that they've never had. So this is something for them to do that takes up their day, which they've never had before. And you're going to have a harder time to make those people just leave because this is all they think they have.
I know, but see, this is probably the first time Flat Earth has exploded properly on YouTube, like since YouTube started, right? So there's never been a anti-Flat Earth. I think if we can make not anti, because I don't think it's a bad thing to look into Flat Earth, but if enough people make enough videos like keeping it balanced, maybe it'll never explode as big ever again. From what it is now, maybe it'll never be as big as what we're in right now in the Flat Earth. Maybe it'll pop up again, but it'll never be as big because we've already shown everybody what it can turn into, the joke, the circus, the money they try and make. Because Tim Ossman made a brilliant point yesterday. We get accused of being the shells, the trolls, the government agents, but have we got any adverts in our videos? Have we asked for any money at all for anything? And the guys like Bob, they're putting balloons up, asking for money, like crashing balloons, whatever. They're begging for money, and we're not, and we're getting accused of being shells and untruthful.
See, for me, I was talking to my wife about this with the money thing, and it's completely 100% wrong. I need to say that first, but I need to say it from two different points of view because I've been the person on the other side of the fence. I've been the flat earther. And when this money thing first started a year ago or whatever, I personally didn't see the problem in it. I didn't want them to pay for channels. I was totally against the Flat Earth Union. I shut that down within a week. I was totally against that shit. But when you're thinking flat Earth, you're thinking in your head, expose, 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 right? Yeah, that's the mentality of it. Like, and I don't think you understand that because you've never been on the side of the flat Earth. And once you realize that, you're thinking in your head, all of them are thinking, well, we need to tell more people. We need to, and when it comes to the money thing, I thought, well, they're putting the money towards whatever, like raising for flat Earth. Like that's the way I thought, to meet people together, to go to buy radio shows or whatever the hell they were going to do. You know, as a flat earther, you try to think the positive of it, right? And when you're not a flat earther, you just see money, scam, and scheme. And that's what I see now. And I seen that even a year ago, but there was always the hope that maybe it's not a scam. You know?
Well, you told quite a few people in your life. You told quite a few people in your life that about this flat Earth.
I told everybody.
Have you went back and said, by the way, guys, I take that shit back?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's why I'm here now. That's why I'm fighting against it.
And what did they say? What did they say to you? Like when you said, guys, I made a mistake that I was a wee bit taken away and something I thought I had a lot of good evidence, but
it's the same thing with Dell. Like even with my family, when I told my family about flat Earth, it's like walking up to someone on the street. It's the same thing. They're not prepared for what I'm prepared to tell them. And I'm going to blow their mind, and they don't expect it. Now they can go and do their own research and say, well, there's satellites and there's Google Earth and Glenn's just crazy, you know, and for the most part, I'm glad they did. Because now I don't got to convince them at least that it's a ball. You know, I just convinced them that, you know, I'm moved on from it, you know, for the most part. I'm still here. Why? As I think it's like what you guys were talking about last night. I'm here to see the end. I don't know when it is, but hopefully it's soon, you know, like.
It's like the wounded animal and you're just following its blood until you find the corpse skin. We're still following the wounded trail right now. We want to find the prize at the end, the deed skin, and that's what it feels like. It feels like we're still just sniffing the trail. But I think it's sinking, Glenn, man. I really do. What do you think about this subculture that's forming like this? Like you've got the main potatoes, and then it's all divided now. But then you've got this other sort of subculture, like the hoogas, and kind of. Have you noticed this? Because they've made a few videos against you, and I noticed they've went. What's with that?
Well, I find they all want to fight me, but they don't want to fight me on their channels. They want to make different channels and whatever. It just doesn't help them by playing a bad video about me on a channel with less than 100 subs when. They could, you know, if Jeff really wanted to thrash me, he'd play it on his channel, right? He wouldn't get his wife to do it. And the same goes even with Lori. Like, she wouldn't be getting her sweetheart to make videos about me. She would probably just play it on her. She got 600 subs more than me. So, you know.
Do you think Lori done something that night when I had that last hangout and you guys were on it?
Well, I'm not sure of that night, but I know the next day she just went ballistic at me, like completely, like, and it was like, and then her and my wife talked, and everything was fine. You know what I mean? Everything cooked over, but then she kept going, and even now, the only reason I'm even messing with her is because she just won't shut up in chat. She won't, even when I'm not there. So it's like, and now a chat like tonight, she won't come in the chat and talk or say her mind. No, she'll wait because this is an icky chat and it's been an icky week. But tonight, if her sweetheart has a hangout, she'll be like, oh, it was such an icky week. But then they'll talk about me and you for 4 hours. They don't like me anymore. And she'll say that 10 times in a chat, and I'm not exaggerating you. Each and every new person that walks in that night, she'll say, oh, hi, GED doesn't like me anymore. Like, it's like, man, I don't know, man. It's people. I think people on YouTube think that friend thing. They're experiencing friends, and it's like, man, this is not real life. This is, you know, I wish I could meet some of these people in real life someday. I wish I could, but the odds of it happening is slim to none. So,
well, that's, you know, you're kind of like the same as what's happened to Tim. Like Tim, he thought like he was making friends with people on YouTube, and he kind of like spilled his heart out a wee bit about his brother and stuff like that. And now it's getting used against him. And it was the same with you and that Truth Hub guy. Ken, you like you were spilling something personal, and then as soon as they didn't agree with you, they're using like that against you. And it's like that could make you more paranoid and fearfully building up friendships kind of on YouTube. That's why it's maybe better just to keep a sort of arm's length from people.
Oh, most definite. And I've even said a lot just in my videos, you know what I mean? Like a year ago, you know, because I didn't really care, you know what I mean? I still don't, you know, but I find that even to this day, the only thing they can ever make fun of me is one, my looks, or two, that I can't spell. Other than that, they never prove me wrong. So it's
Was
they,
it
they, they
fraud?
can't prove what
You're
I'm
a
saying,
fraud.
Rom.
You're a fraud.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't care because most people know me. I'm not a genius, man. I'm not. But the most people that know me, they figure it out. They know what I mean. You know, so it is what it is, man. I don't claim to be a genius, man. But I know one thing. I was smart enough to figure out that the earth ain't flat through the numbers, that there's not as many people in this. And there's just, that's why they never take it to the streets, is because they don't have an army. They want you to think in their subscriber count that they have an army, but they really, in real life, they don't.
So what do you think the numbers are, roughly?
I think between concave and between flat earth and even all the skeptics looking in between, under 10,000.
Do you think so?
That's with everything. Where's all the people? I've been here 2 years looking at the same faces. I know your name's Jed, and you know that my name's Glenn. We're not even our screen names anymore. You know what I mean? People know my nickname. They'll be like, do you know Vancouver? And if you ask someone in the kitty litter crew, they'll be like, oh, you mean Glenda? Like, that's how popular we are in Flat Earth, man. They think like these hot potatoes, there's only us, man. We're as popular as them. We made it to the big leagues. We just didn't fucking get paid a nickel to get here.
Well, they need
That's
a finger.
the only difference.
They need a finger to point at. And have you noticed your faces ended up on Poncho Chan? Your cutout.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'll be
me.
screwing a fucking baboon next week or something on there, I'm sure.
You're in the elite club of the Ossman sisters. Me, Tim, and JLB. And then now you.
Yeah.
You're in that gang.
Yeah, I know. But Poncho, man, that guy is insane, man. I don't know how people could listen to him.
Oh, it's freaking,
I
man.
truly don't. He gives me a headache, man. Like, honestly, he gives me a headache. Like, his voice, man, he never shuts up. I don't even mind listening in sometimes if they're talking about one of us. I don't even mind to listen in, but when he comes on, oh, man, I like it better when he's sleeping. I like it better when he's
James
sleeping.
guy, he can talk and talk and talk. That older guy.
Yeah.
Like, I've turned it on to Poncho Chan. He's been talking, like, and I think the guy can talk like for 48 hours straight. That James guy, he can just, like, he's quite knowledgeable as well, actually. Some shit he says is pretty knowledgeable.
And they'll bash me, but they bash you more than they bash me. And me, I got a whole other crew after me. You know what I'm saying? But you got it worse, because these guys, the people that are making shit about me, they come up for like a 2 or 3 minute video at best. This guy is talking about you for 8 hours, man. It's like you said, you can go to bed and wake up and he's still fucking the chicken, man. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? How did you get in his fucking head so bad, man?
There was one time I was actually playing my game. I don't know if you were listening in, but I was playing Fallout and I was listening to Poncho Chan, and I was speaking about Poncho on my broadcast, and he suddenly found out. So he was listening to me talking about him, because I'm blocked for his chats, all my channels. And so he was replying through. He was trying to speak to me through his hangout, and I was speaking. Oh, it was crazy, man. And I just triggered him, and it just.
I like it when you narrate their videos after, like when they're live streaming and you're live streaming them. I think that's funny, man. I do. I just
stay off the cuff sometimes, just for something to do, because I'm bored. Like with the gaming, with the PlayStation broadcast, it's different from the Google Hangouts. You can't give people links.
You were saying in that you can't send people links. I heard you saying that the other night when Validation Boy wanted on.
But if I was sorry, on you go, mate.
With Poncho, another thing, the other day, you said that you're blocked from him. Well, I'll tell you something funny, because the day that I made a video about him and Patricia or whoever, and Antonio and Nathan, that same day I made the video, I was tuned into their channel just to see if they were talking about me. Now, I'm not subscribed to Poncho, but I typed him in live and got him, so it'd come up. And I waited, and sure enough, he started talking about me. And I went to talk to him, and fuck, I was blocked. Like, I never said a word to him. You know what I'm saying? I never said a fucking word to him, Jed. So it was like, he knew he was going to bash me, and before he bashed me, he blocked both of my accounts, because I can look at his subscribers, and he's got both of my accounts subscribed. So he obviously blocked me before that, because I remember a year ago, Poncho, I asked him if I could mirror a video. He made a video. He had fucking me and Patricia dancing in the fucking thing, and Antonio comes and busts in. So I mirrored the video from like 8 months, a year ago. So I knew he never had me blocked. I never had a bad word with him. And fucking before he made a video and started bashing me, he fucking blocked me. So I'm blocked too.
Why did they start bashing you? Because you never done
I
anything.
mentioned him in the Poncho, because I think it's Patricia and Nathan got hands in him, I think. And they want you to think him and Nathan are fighting, but I don't think they are. It's like Antonio and Nathan, I don't think they're fighting. Because Antonio would be more wanting to give up more shit. You know? I don't buy that jumping fences like that. I don't buy that.
No, I think they had to break it. It's this divide and conquer sort of thing. They had to break up, and they had to scatter people, because Antonio was attracting a certain group that didn't like Nathan, and I think Nathan was attracting a certain group that didn't like Antonio, and I think it was better for them to split up and create their own group. I don't know, man, but
on screen, but are they really like split up, man? That's what I wonder. Like, yeah, to the most people, they'll say they're fighting, but are they really fighting? Are they fighting?
See,
if they were fighting, they'd be making videos, man. They'd be making videos.
This is total speculation, Glenn, right? But I think Martin could be getting handled by Nathan, man. Honestly, just the way he acts. Like, it just...
Hands up his ass. It's a puppet, Martin.
Oh, because he visited them on one video. Martin had a sort of vlog. He was really weird and hangway. Then Nathan visited him, and then afterwards it was like an MK Ultra thing again. It was like Validation Boy. It was like, can they come out? Oh, it's just like,
oh man, it's so hard to figure them out though, Jed. You gotta admit that, man. Like, even when we think we understand them, man, I think we're just going further back.
Aye.
Because I don't think I'm any closer. I think if I figured them out, I figured them out a year ago. I should have just left it alone.
I think it's like the Plato's Cave came in. I don't know, Ken, if you've heard of the whole Plato's Cave, when he tried to drag the guy to can show him the real world, and they were so used to looking at the shadows, that's all they knew. And they can, it's like this is all they know. Like Martin, this is all he knows. If we take that away from him, we're taking all he knows away from him.
That's why I said, what do you do to somebody? How do you get them to leave when they're lonely people to begin with?
The thing is, are we actually being the bad people? Even if Flat Earth is bullshit, man, right? If Flat Earth means so much to somebody, and we're trying to take that away from them, does that make us the bad guys?
I don't think I'm trying to take Flat Earth away from people. I just want people to get away from the whole situation. I don't think if it becomes on TV, it says, that the Earth could maybe possibly be flat, then I think people got a right to think. But to listen to these guys that the Earth is flat, I think that's just retarded. It's just crazy, man. It's crazy.
But you've had the same.
And they don't have proof of it. They say that there's zero proof of the globe. Well, there's zero proof of flat Earth. And it's like you said, they just reverse it. So just reverse it to them. Prove me the fucking flat Earth.
But then they'll say the burden of proof is on the globe. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
But eventually, somebody like you or me got to say their opinion don't matter. It might to these clowns, but it's not going to matter to me. So I don't care what they say. It doesn't matter. It's like Globebusters with this balloon shit, man. Literally, like in my mind, I thought this balloon goes up, and if it sees the sun at nighttime, the fucking Earth is flat.
Definitely, man. That's probably
what I would do.
If you're going to do a balloon experiment, put one up at midnight.
How do we know that balloon didn't go up and they captured not the sun but complete darkness, and that it proved the ball? How do we know that? And they just said that it broke. How do we know that? And they just said it ended up under a truck and dragged, whatever. They could say whatever they want. They could have said it landed in a lake and sunk. You know, they could have said whatever excuse they wanted, but they couldn't say that they seen the sun because they couldn't prove it. And I think it probably just seen darkness.
But you're right. You're right. If you put a balloon up at midnight and you could see the sun in the horizon wherever it was meant to have set, because it doesn't set in flat Earth, it just goes away from a perspective. So
Yep.
you should be able, because it's going in a circle, really, Ken, you should still be able to see that sun. Considering they say it's 3,000 miles up and so many miles wide, we should see the sun at midnight. And like you said, I couldn't understand why they were looking at the stars. Like, why are you looking at the stars? Look straight across the horizon. See if you can see the sun.
Well, even Dell said they got to get more balloons up. Like, dude, they already did that. And he says he doesn't trust any lens. So if he doesn't trust any lens, he must be going to rise balloons.
Aye. Well, he says he doesn't trust the sky or these circles in the sky, but at the same time he says, "I get the P900s. Look at the P9. Look at the stars with the P900. Oh, they're just circles." And the thing is, I've heard a lot about the P900. It isn't as good a camera. The reason why you're seeing these things because it's not. I think it's like digital instead of a bridge camera. It's like they operate differently. So it's actually an anomaly. It's an anomaly in the camera that's creating these funny wee colours and shapes. If you get a telescope out, it's a different story.
Well, even the stars, like he thinks you got to figure them out what they're made out of, and like it's like they just take it to a whole new bullshit level, man.
They could be angels flying with glowing, and we can, for all we know, they could be angels glowing. But the thing is, they're there every time. They work like clockwork.
I can't see it, but I don't imagine a star as like a sphere. Like when you look at it, it looks like it's round, but I mean, I think it would be like a chunk broken off of something. It wouldn't have a ball shape to it, you know. It'd be like a rock.
There's definitely a difference when you look at like a planet and you look at a star twinkling. When it twinkles, you can't figure out what shape it is because it's just all over the place. It's twinkling. It's so bright. And compared to a planet, when a planet's just still and solid, you can see when you stare at a planet, you can see it's a circular. It's circular, but when you look at a star, you can't figure out the exact shape of it. Tim emailed me Vancouver. He said he could come in if you want.
Yeah, man. I never talked to him before. Yeah.
Cool, man. Sure. Well, I'll send him a link, mate. Do you have a wee look at chat?
Hope he doesn't snipe us.
Yeah, I don't think he will, man, because I'm his what was it? I'm his handler or whatever it is. I'm his Masonic brother.
Brilliant, though, man. When he does that shit, man, I can't help but laugh, man. I can't help but laugh. He's not sniped one time and me not laugh.
It's never in malice. It's usually when he snipes. It's usually the right time.
Yep.
A lot of the time. Right, I'll just send them the link. Because he said he's watching. So how's your missus anyway, mate?
Good, Princess Skeptic. She's definitely been trolling flat Earth.
I've noticed she's been pretty busy. So she's just a solid glober. I take it.
Yeah, honestly, man, I tried for 2 years to not convince her, but just show her the things that I knew, and she's pretty independent on her own. Like she does her own thinking, you know what I mean? Like
Aye.
She never cared what I thought, and we never really argued about it. We debated lots, but you know, it never really went nowhere. That's how I know another thing too, how hard it is to change somebody into flat Earth. So I have no worries of this thing taking off. I don't. I think we all got flat Earth by the balls right now, and they don't know what to do. They don't. That's why they got to send little guys out like Martin to lay the little foundation for them. Mm-hmm. Coming out with their super chats and stuff. They get little guys like Martin to lay the foundation for the bigger guys, right? Did Globebusters have it on today? The super chat?
I didn't see it, man, because I watched it after it.
I see.
So it was just comments, but
see, and if a hangout gets sniped or if it gets bad signal or whatever, it's non-refundable. You don't get your money back.
All right. How does it work, man? Because I didn't really understand how it works. What you send £2 for a comment or what? What is that?
I think it's like $2 a comment, and it's like $5 for 5 minutes of comments, and $10 for 10 minutes or whatever. And I think it goes up to 5 hours, $500 for 5 hours of talking.
But what does
and it's up
what
to
does
the
it make?
person.
What does it do to your comment that makes it better than the?
It highlights it and leaves it in. So you know how the comments go up, but the more money I pay, my comment will just stay there. It won't move.
All right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and let's just say you put that super chat on your thing right now, and Princess Skeptic pays $500. You also have the right to block her. But she just paid $500 to talk in your chat, and you blocked her, and there's nothing she can do about it.
That's crazy, man. Your connections, you're sounding a tiny wee bit distant again, Glenn. I don't know when you think you're getting muted or that, but you're sounding a wee bit.
Tim's in now. I think that's maybe why.
No, it just comes in and out a wee bit. All right, Tim.
What's up, guys?
We're just talking shit about flat Earth again, man.
Nice.
So
Too easy.
Have you learned anything new today?
Oh no, I have not watched anything really.
Have you know?
I don't watch the Globebusters anymore.
I was sort of skipping through it. I was trying to get a wee bit research before I came on the night just to talk about them. And I just seen that conference stuff and who's going to be there. Like Brian Mullen and that. Fair enough. He seems a nice guy in that, and he can present a YouTube video. But could you imagine him in a big conference? Well, I say big. There's probably only going to be 10 people there or something. But like these and Carly Sunshine, like on a conference.
Yeah, it's an absolute joke. I mean, they got this whole money scheme set out for, $110, or you can do a VIP pass or whatever. I mean, I'll skip the conference and I'll just wait for Jaron to walk out and just say hi to him. You know what I'm saying?
He's one of the faces. It's Jaron, Bob. There's Morgile. He's going to be doing it as well. Oh my God.
Oh yes, Morgile would definitely. I got some couch change for him. All right, so I'll save a bunch of couch change for Morgile and I'll throw it at him on the street. How about that?
Well, we were just saying we think they're ramping it up with the money. Like definitely, they're trying to cash in now.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of weird. I guess it was kind of in a down phase. And then they just kind of act like nothing has happened, like usual. And, Globebusters with obviously probably the usual just word salad for the complete, mouth breathers that are watching. So it gives credence to them, and they think that the Earth is flat because, someone that sounds smart is, giving them just a bunch of word salad. So yeah, they'll love it, man. That kind of conference, I mean, you'll get to see all of the celebrities, man, in real time, dude. Oh my gosh, like they can't spread the word with Google Hangouts because Google Hangouts.
Do you think it'll be like a Comic-Con?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, cosplay or something where they're like dressing up like the flat Earth or something. They got like moons and God.
Like we'll turn up dressed as Nathan Oakley and Antonio and all that with red hoodies on and that.
Oh, that would be great, actually.
Get it signed. Aye, that's.
I'm actually making shirts. I got a Flat Earth Sophism shirt coming out probably with around May. It's gonna have all. Yeah, it's gonna have all of the top flat earthers faces on it. Yeah, so it'll be great. And I was actually thinking about undercutting ODD with his map and just selling it for like half the price.
I think he's the brains behind a lot of this, man. Him and Bob, and I think they're like a wee team. Him, Jera, and Bob.
In my opinion, there's some kind of PR monkey system that works because obviously they do talk to each other on Skype, and that's not like some conspiracy. But what is evident is when they start rolling these things out all at the same time, all the ads on Patricia's or Nathan's pretty much came at the same time, and then this super chat, I saw Jaron had it first, and now other people are adopting it. So
how does it work? How does it work? Is it like what Glenn said that you pay £2 and your comment gets pinned?
No, you can pay like 500 US, dude, if you wanted to.
And does that mean your comment doesn't go away through the whole hangout? It just stays at the top?
Yeah, I think so, dude.
Unless they block you. Unless they block you.
That's weird, man.
You don't get your money back.
I didn't even hear
wow.
about this before it happened. Like, I usually hear about these things before it happens.
I heard about it 2 or 3 days ago. My wife watched she didn't watch Globebusters, but she seen it through that money thing. She clicked on it and she told me about it, but she never really understood it. And then we looked it up later, and sure as shit, yeah, it was true.
So where do you stand now, Glenn? Is it still shapeless, or do you think where do you stand?
I never in my life think that it's shapeless. Okay, shapeless is my way of not arguing it.
I thought that. When I started hearing the shapeless thing and IVR is,
it has to have shape, but until I know the shape, I don't know the shape. So to me, I think I'm on a ball. I don't feel like I'm moving, but I'm not supposed to feel like I'm moving. So,
sounds good, mate. That sounds good.
I'd be open if the Earth was even bigger, man. Maybe it's bigger than we're told. Maybe it's more than 25,000 miles around. Maybe who knows? Maybe that's why we can't see a curve. I don't know.
Glenn,
maybe it is.
Glenn, then he'd be ashamed because you are a rarity, like somebody that was so ardent, like, and so committed to the flat Earth. Like you're screaming at the top of your lungs for flat Earth. You're handing out leaflets in your street for flat Earth, and you've not been in it just for 6 months. You've been in it for over a year, 2 years, whatever it was, and now you're coming out and saying, "Come on, guys, I was probably wrong."
But if it was real to everybody else, Jed, they would have been screaming it as well. That's what you do when you think that, I think, because, man, the more if it was real, the more people that would have known would have been the better. But now I don't think that's the case. No,
I think you're more a man to stand up and say, guys, I was wrong about that. And I think there's more. I think we were maybe duped because look at the people, look at this, look at the numbers. This isn't right.
And not only talking subscribers, dude, but I sub to everybody. Every troll account I can get my hands on, I subscribe them. And dude, I'm sitting at around 3,000 subs. So there's not that many people in this. There's no 100,000 people, because I would have subscribed to 100,000 people by now.
What happened to John Cumby? Because you used to talk to him.
I don't know what happened to him, man. Me and him kind of had an argument a bit and started making videos against each other. He went with Jeff Stewart. I told him he's crazy. And then at last I heard I left for a while, like 3 months, and I think he left too. I don't know. He hasn't made a video in months. His channel's still up, but no content. And I noticed before he left, he had 170 subs. That was his total. And before I left, I looked on his channel one day for the hell of it to see if he was talking about me, and he had like 1,200 subs. Overnight. Overnight, I was like, oh, he bought subs. So I mentioned it to him. He deleted my comment, and then he blocked his comments and blocked everything. So I don't know.
That was a weird one. I watched him just for entertainment, man. Okay, when he used to lie in his bed with all the pictures, like Rob Skiba and Patricia and all that. It was brilliant, man.
He was funny, man. Like I had to laugh at him, and I think honestly, I don't think he was paid anything. I think he's passionate about what he believes, and I think he feels the way I did. I think he realizes that this is just a psyop. This is and it's not a very big one. They want you to think it's bigger than it is to make it grow, to make everybody's mind grow, but it's not. And most people see that. I didn't, but most people see that. Had I seen these numbers from the beginning, and knew how YouTube worked. See, I literally had to take accounts and go buy subscribers just to see how that shit worked for myself. I'm not taking no one's word for it. I'm gonna put $5 on it and see what it does. See what happens. And you end up with like Russian subscribers and just shit like that, man. It's definitely possible. You can buy subscribers. So if I on a troll account could buy subscribers, knowing what I know, then so can these people.
Definitely.
They work towards channel, right? So, you know, if they rake in, say, even a couple $100 a month, well, they'll put 100 in their pocket and 150 on their account. You know what I mean? They'll save it for views, they'll save it for little more subscribers. They don't want to make it look too obvious, you know what I mean? And jump too much in numbers, you know? So they try to fluctuate it a bit to see how much they can get away with before people notice. But I mean, we notice because
go back to what Tim said, like the fact that could be a wee PR group getting over in that section of YouTube, like ODTV and Bob. And I was thinking to myself, is this something that's just organically sprung? Kind of like a couple of people have had this idea and it's just went around, or is it like certain groups or certain ideologies? I would even say, like, I'd noticed there's a strong anarchist feel to the flat Earth. Like, I noticed Eric Debate is now sharing Dell's stuff because Dell actually admitted in one of his videos he's an anarchist. And there's quite a few people. Dan Pratt's another anarchist. These are people that shout against the government, but they probably depend on the government for stuff. But I just feel there's other things. It's not as organic, I think, as we think. I think certain groups get in there, like anarchist groups. Even Martin, he's a self-admitted anarchist. And these seem to get promoted or grasped or something. You see that in the kind of anti-Semite stuff. I'm accused of being a Jew all the time. I'm a Scotsman. I was watching the rugby today, and if you look at the rugby team, there's no black men or Chinese around. We're quite a white country, and we've all got big noses, and we've all got sort of gingerous beards. And I was thinking, why did I keep getting called a Jew for all these flat earthers? And is it just the fact that they're anti-Semites, anarchists? Why did I get this flavor for flat Earth?
Well, let me kind of clear something up about anarchism. If you look up anarchist, it does say a person who believes in or tries to bring about anarchy. And that is what most people think anarchism is. But it's more of a political philosophy that advocates self-governed societies based on voluntary institutions. These are often described as stateless societies, although several authors have defined them more specifically as institutions based on non-hierarchical free association. So it's
I understand that, Tim, but then
okay.
the people that are kind of shouting for, like Martin, for example, he's a self-proclaimed anarchist. Imagine him without the government.
Exactly. That's the whole joke of it. Just like Dan Pratt, you know.
Exactly. I mean, well, there you go. There's another one, and it's like it's so hypocritical, and it's like, why say you're an anarchist and you're this and that, and then can say, I need money, I need this, can the state is this, the state's not giving me enough cash, and it's like, fucking, you're a total hypocrite. And it's not the fact, again, I don't know, man. It's just this hypocritical flavor again as well.
Yeah, they're walking hypocrisies. They can't do anything about it. And you look at, you know, some things that do upset me are, you know, like if I see a video by Morgile where he's, you know, saying, oh, F the police, basically, because they kicked him out of a house, which, you know, obviously there was some shit going down in, and he made cuts in that video when he was talking to the police and literally was talking in this accent and had this like little piano music going, and you know, then the next day had a video with piano music going, you know, like a church kind of thing, and starts pandering to like religious people. And you look at the comments, you see like, oh yeah, I'm sending you money right now, sending you money, we got you, you know. So I mean, this guy has admitted that flat Earth has put him on the streets, and Jaron has said something similar about his foreclosure. So are these guys heroes to these people?
Well, exactly. Imagine if we looked at the flat Earth man, right? And when we watched the videos, they were like normal dudes. They were well dressed, they were healthy looking. They never had police kicking their doors down. Again, just like imagine flat Earth was a wee bit different. We'd maybe still be thinking about it, like, but because there's so many characters like this, he looks like a crackhead. Let's not beat about the bush. That Morgile guy, he looks like maybe an ex-heroin addict or something to me.
Yeah, probably meth, I would assume, and I do believe that he has 5 DUIs, so he doesn't drink anymore.
Well, he just by looking at him, he just looks unhealthy. He just looks like again. If you came on YouTube and saw I don't know, people that can look after themselves. Then you think, well, if they can look after themselves and look after where they live, they've got the head screwed on, and then maybe I can take what they're saying seriously. But I can't sit and take guys like Morgile seriously, guys that look like they've just crawled out the gutter. It's like,
yeah, I mean, he's got nothing going for him. You know, he tried to act like he was something great, but I caught him in lies about he was saying that he owned businesses and stuff, and then I ended up doxing him. And basically on his resume it says that he worked at Denny's and he had a restaurant, or he had a business called like Network Solutions or some, I forget what it was, but it was never incorporated. It was never a business at all. He never got any kind of anything from it. So basically he's just an absolute liar. And it was funny because that all came on, I guess he thought I was a flat earther at the time, right? Way back when he did the interview with like on Art Bell or whatever, that one interview that was just terrible. He got smashed, dude. It was so bad. But he shared this, he basically sent everyone in flat earth like a private message saying, help, try to pass this video along. I'm fear for my life, and I might, I don't know what's gonna happen to me, and all this nonsense, dude. I was like, oh my god, really?
Well, I remember the first time I think I seen one of Jamie J39. What's happened to that guy? He seemed to have like.
He's an idiot. Tired of him, dude. He always deletes his channels. He always puts out good work and then just deletes it. And then you'll see him on another sock account. I just caught him the other day on like J39 J or something.
But,
so
what I noticed with him is, right, he seemed to have like, he's been through the same sort of journey as us, right? But what's happened is that he's realized flat earth is a psyop, and he's took a total opposite reaction, like, let's believe everything NASA says. That's kind of, it's like, it seems to like he's went the opposite just to
I really don't think that he like was trying to point out that he believes it, but he was actually just more so debunking the claims that were made by flat earthers. I that's what I got the hint of. And and he was doing good on it. Like Jibby had all those STS rocket launches, and he's like, he lined them all up saying, oh, this is, all mirrored, and, put fragments all over it and whatever. And then of course Jamie pulls up one that actually shows that it's definitely the shuttle. So that was a question. They were like, what is that, the moon or sun, or, and Jibby was thinking it was just something that they pasted in or whatever. But yeah, he was doing good work, dude.
He does that.
Yeah. Is that the guy with? Yeah, I seen that one when he went at Jibby. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Man, with NASA, I still don't believe any of it, because that basically got me in this boat in the first place, was looking at NASA shit, to be honest. Because, and then you get into flat earth and they want you to think that it's about NASA, but really they make it nothing about NASA. They don't even have a case with NASA. They go on to Mandela effect and ether and a whole bunch of bullshit, man. And they drag it through the mud. Like their debate at first in the beginning was with NASA, and they just changed teams to everything else, right up to drinking piss. You know what I mean? So how far are they going to go? There's no limit to what. There's nothing they could do that could surprise me anymore.
The thing is, now I've realized with flat earthers, you can show them evidence that doesn't require huge mathematics. It doesn't require NASA. You can show them stuff and they still won't look at it. That's when something's cognitive dissonance, obviously.
Yeah, they create all these ad hocs, just like, old Deli Boy there saying, always droning on about natural science. And that's why I asked him, does it implicitly deny the sky? Because the sky seems to be very spherical in nature. And, anything that is evidence towards the globe, that's why there's no proof to them. That's why there's no evidence to them, because everything is denied. So I still haven't seen Jaron after 2 years do any kind of, get a geodetic, any kind of surveying equipment. He doesn't get a theodolite, but he will go on and say that there's 100% no curvature. So these people don't do any kind of tests to find these things. And with Dell, it's like, I wouldn't even ask him to go do that, because he thinks that man-made. Yeah, they don't.
themselves wrong, man. They train people, man, to stay away from, if they train flat earthers that if you're not talking about flat earth, you're taking from the flat earthers research, because you're not educating them in flat earth. That's the way it's the way they treat people. That's the way they tell people to deal with people like us now, is we're taking from them. So it's hard to deprogram these people that this is all they have, and they think this is the new.
It's funny because, like you were saying earlier, Glenn, you're saying, I was there one time, I was a flat earther. And it's like, and you remember yourself saying when you were into the flat earth, when you're trying to tell people that still believed in the sphere, I was there one time, I would believe the globe. And it's like you're jumping back in, you feel yourself jumping back and forth to try to get into their mindset where they were at that point. I just think we're just further on now than a lot of people in flat earth. I think they will maybe eventually get to where we are, where we're just looking at just.
I think the money's going to do it. I think the more they up the price, the more people are going to realize this is bullshit. Come on.
Well, that's what I was going to say there. Do you think? I don't think it'll be a big bit of evidence that's going to make or break the flat earth. I think it's going to be like something to do with a personality or something. And it's not going to be, oh, someone's proved this, the curvature is, that'll never be.
Well, let's get real here. How many flat earthers really do have an exorbitant amount of cash that they can just not only go spend $110 to $250, but also actually go to Raleigh, North Carolina, and also get a hotel. So these things do come at a cost, realistically. And I would guess that why it's in Carolina is because I believe Morgile is over there, and he's not going to have any cash to go do anything. So they just probably put it over there. Because everybody that's going to be the top flat earth celebrities are most likely going to get a chunk.
Well, we didn't have to go, Tim, because Bob said he's going to broadcast it live for the conference on Globebusters.
Yeah,
so,
I might go.
You might go.
Yeah, because they'll go to a restaurant or something afterwards, man. Dude. Come on. You can see me go and troll them, dude, in real life. I don't care. It's in October. I won't be doing shit. So, I'll take Ed or something over to.
That would be good, man, if you done that. That'd be hilarious, man. And I seen a picture of, who's the other guy? Thrive and Survive. I watched him at the beginnings, but I kind of zoned. I stopped watching him because he was a bit too. He started bringing in a lot. I think he was quite religious as well.
Religious, yeah.
Aye.
Yeah. So his last video that I had seen was basically about like February 12th and 13th or something, and saying that, I don't know, it was like a 10-second video saying you'll see when it happens or something, and I don't think anything happened. But
you'll see when what happens?
I don't know. It just said that you'll see when whatever happens. It was like clickbait or something for like 11-second video.
No way. Was it?
Yeah. I'll go see if it's still there, actually.
Because I remember his original videos, it was all weird green screeny sort of stuff. It was, he had his mic set up, and it was like he was trying to be something.
Yeah, dude, I had pro socks of him, dude. I had like several camera angles, and it was like Mr. Thrive and Survive or Mr. Fail and Survive or something, and like need more camera angles, because he was literally using like 2 to 3 camera angles just for him to sit in front of a green screen with him talking to a desk. It was kind of cute in a way, but it was just like kind of pathetic as well.
Because he always wore a shirt and stuff in, and he tried to present himself sort of all right.
Yeah,
Jack,
dressing up.
You got somebody in chat.
Valley Girl boy, Vagination boy,
Vaginal boy.
You want invalidation boy?
So Jed, it says it was a 15-second video. It said the end takes a major step forward, February 4th to 5th, 2017. Repent now while time allows. You will, quote unquote, get it when, quote unquote, it happens. God bless. That was his last video. Yeah, it was like February fucking 1st or something.
And now he's doing conferences. Maybe that's what it is.
Oh, he's gonna be there?
Ah, no, he's one of the faces. And you should see one of the pictures. It's like his mugshot. It looks like he's got a missing tooth. It's like Ghostbusters last show. They showed you all the faces. Carly Sunshine. I thought, Carly Sunshine.
Oh my god.
And she's
Dude,
a nice
they
lass.
gotta get people from all the different respective groups. Like you got your yoga guy, which he of course probably won't be there, but you know, you got your old sexy lady for the you know, older guys that don't have a lady or something, and Mark Sargent, the gamer nerd. I mean, it just goes down the list. So you got, you know,
there's even an African guy called like Baki Woko, Yaka Woko Woko, like some Nigerian name. Like I've never even seen him, man. I've never even but like you said, it's like they had to fill that gap. It's like we've not got an African, we've not got like a real African kid. Like, what's his name? Dave, the British guy.
Yeah,
he's not African enough. He's too British. And if you put him in Africa, can they eat him alive? And he's too British. This guy looks African, like African. I've never recognized him, man. Anyway, I'll look in the chat. Aye, Validation Boy. I'll send you a link, man.
But so I was wondering if it was the real Pete Shea in here, because what I saw first was he said that he called everybody at Poncho Chan shills. So I was like, that must be a troll account. But now that I'm seeing more of his messages, it is definitely clear when he says Thrive and Survive as a crisis actor that is Pete Shea. He is in the chat. Welcome, Pete.
Pete Shea,
that poor guy.
Pete Shea's, he gets around, man. I can't even. I've listened to everything Pete Shea's got to say, man. He's a bit like that other guy that's on Poncho Chan right now. He actually comes out with a lot of stuff that makes some sense. What's his name? James, James guy.
Jimbo. Oh my god, kill me now.
But he does like say some alright stuff sometimes, man.
I don't like him just because he drones on, and truthfully, I knew him from when he first joined FreeChan way back like 6-7 months ago, and he was a docile little punk, and he came in and someone was calling him like, I don't know, a pedo or something like that, and he just sat in the corner, right? And basically he got like some kind of I don't know, man. He acts like an internet tough guy now. Ever since then, basically. So he goes on there. And he's like a curmudgeon, dude. Just so vitriolic, and yeah, he bores me to tears. Really, I can't listen to any of this shit anymore. Truthfully,
we're all internet tough guys. Every day.
I'm a real life tough guy, actually, dude. Truthfully, I can back my shit.
I put my address out enough times, and no one's come to my door yet. Anyway, so.
Guys, calm down, because Validation Boy's got to come on and kick our asses. I've just sent him the link. Nah, I'm sure it'll be cool. Validation Boy, you're welcome to come on, man. Tell us what happened to you. Tell us how the MK Ultra sort of program works.
I wonder if he's plugged in tonight, or if it's really Validation Boy. Which Validation Boy is coming up?
I know.
Because I've seen 2 now. So
I hope he is a wee bit cheeky in that if he comes on, because that'll be back to normal again. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get a drink. I'll be back in a minute, right?
Cool. When are you going to start having some comments on your fucking videos, dude?
Oh.
Behave, Tim.
If I do, you'll be shit out of luck, because I'm only gonna allow the people to comment if they have the same amount or more subscribers than me.
Which is what?
I think I'm at like it depends what channel. 200 on one and 400 on another.
Gotcha.
Because it's the fucking two accounts or 2 subscribers that drive me fucking crazy. You know what I mean? They could just come and shit all over your channel, and you can either defend them or defend the comments, or just fucking not. And 9 times out of 10, you're all day doing it. So it's like, I don't mind fight. I feel bad with leaving the comments closed, especially if I make a video. Like if I make a video about you, I think you're the one with the right to be able to comment back, right? You know what I mean? You're the one, or whoever it is, even if it's about Patricia Steer. She has a right if she wants to comment. But with all the troll accounts, none of them come to fight me with their own account. And I spend like 80% of my day fighting with trolls in my own comment section. So I figured.
You know how you win against a troll? You just don't even fucking comment, dude. Look at my comment section. I just leave it. Got people coming in saying all kinds of shit. I don't care if it's not about kids. Then you have the right to say whatever. Fuck it. But the thing is I like it. I like it because what happens is you see the mentality of the people that I'm supposedly against. So all the flat earthers will come onto my page and be very vitriolic, whereas anybody else with half a brain that comes on my page either is laughing or finds it informative in a way. So it's a testament when you read the comment section to anybody's YouTube channel, really, to see who he's pissing off, and how grown up or how mature these people really are.
See, to me, I never care what someone says, whether it's true or it's not true. Either way, it's that person's opinion, and that person's opinion will never be my reality. So it really doesn't matter to me. But it's the people that are needy that want me to respond to them. That's what drives me nuts about it. If I could put it up and leave it up and not comment to nobody, because most people nowadays that know me, if I make a video, they'll email me. And to me, that's a thumbs up. That's a real thumbs up. It's not I don't care about thumbs up or subs or views or any of that shit, because this is flat earth. And if you got 100 views on a video, that's flat earth viral, man. Everybody knows if 100 people seen it.
Yeah.
It's true. That's reality, man. Everybody knows, man. Like I know that. People know us by first name basis, man. So I mean, that's how small it is.
Yeah, you can tell by the chats too. There's like, yeah, you could literally write down, probably in Glowbuster's chat, I'm gonna shoot a little high, probably about 80 different people chatting, maybe throughout the whole show, with 700 watching. So,
yep. And it could be due to their live views are down because they do block a lot of people, but mostly only troll accounts, because you know better than me. I make an account, man. It's just a day pass to go to Glowbusters just to say I might not even remember that password, man. So I might never use that account again. It's just a day pass. That's all it is. Just to speak my mind one time, because they know it's me or you. Or that's how small it is. Why is there only us? You know what I mean? I was considered a troll when I was a flat earther. So I'm definitely one now.
Yeah.
Oh, and even as a flat earther, man, most of the people, if you look back, that I've attacked flat earthers. That's who I attacked. People I didn't agree with, man. I'm not going to agree with them. And if they pissed me off, I made a video about it. That's the way I was. That's the way I am. But these people, man, they're the opposite of that. They won't make a video and put it on their channel and make them look bad. They're like Two-Face, man. They run around on their troll accounts. Me and you, we want people to know it's us. That's the downfall of having a troll account. If I can't put my fucking name in it, I want people to know I said that.
Yeah, everybody knows my troll accounts. They're super long, and they're always making fun of a flat earther, so they know when I come in.
Yeah.
So Glenn, there must have been more than just the numbers that made you think, nah, this isn't a flat, man.
No, dude, it's the numbers, man. For me, it's the numbers. That's what does it for me. And then once you sink back, it takes you
the numbers aren't. You can't actually put. You can only guess and speculate the numbers. We didn't really know.
There's no guess and speculate, dude. We've seen the same faces for a year now, Jed. The same faces, buddy. Like Tim just said, 80 different people in Glowbusters. That's their thing. Look at the people watching. Look at the people watching Eagles, man, and freaking kittens. Like, it's ridiculous. That's kittens and eagles. If the Earth was flat, there'd be more people watching this shit.
Mm-hmm. I think we've got a new guest. Who is it? Hello.
Stay out of my chat.
Hey, Jed.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How you doing?
All right, man. We just invited you on to tell us about your MK Ultra program.
It's Validation Boy here. What are you talking about?
I know, man. Is it the real Validation Boy? You all right there? You all right?
Yeah.
Is Nathan Oakley no pulling your arms?
You guys think that I'm like all closely associated with Nathan Oakley?
No. What we've seen, man, is like a rapid change, just like a rapid change, like from one hangout to the next. It was just a sudden submission, man. You just turned into like a submissive dog. It was just like you had fire in your belly before, and even though your hangouts were dark and dim, you can still rustle up the feathers. But now it's like you've submitted, man. You're gone. You're dead.
Well, it's not that. It's like, you yourself, like you had put on some pro flat earth videos, and then when you decided that the research wasn't really there to back it up, you decided to take them down, correct?
Not take them down, but just present my side of the story as well, to see if it was we can match. They can present theirs, I present mine's. That was the way I was about to go. I didn't really want to like destroy the flat earth. Like I said, I didn't think it's a bad thing. I just don't like the people in it and the lies they spread as well.
So Jed, did you put flat earth videos up and then take them down?
When?
Anytime?
No, man.
I took a whole channel down because it's not true.
Well, the only reason I took down all my hit pieces and stuff was because I can't really prove I can't really prove all those accusations. So in the name of fairness, in the name of, intellectual integrity, I decided to take those down.
It's the flat earth amnesia, man. It's like people forget too easy.
I know they did a lot of people did a lot of shady stuff, but like,
Nathan Oakley, man, come on. We all know he's a shady character. I watched a wee bit of his hangout he had with Martin last night, and he spoke again about this website called Ultimate Gore, or it's some website where you can watch people getting like fucking decapitated and chainsaws and tortured, and he sits there quite. Yeah. If you go to this website and tells you the exact website, you can see people getting killed, and people are quite hard to kill. They're quite durable, and you're just sitting there like a psychopath, like speaking like I've watched some gory stuff because I used to watch some of the war gore, like the Syrian stuff, and you see some horrible stuff. But Nathan Oakley, he's a weirdo, man. To me, he's got all psychopathic tendencies ripping at him, man. And you're just like, yeah, Nathan's cool, man.
Am I really like Nathan's cool though? I mean, like,
yeah.
Associate with those people anymore. I don't associate with anybody. So
Nathan helped me do this. Nathan, I was trying to tell you, Validation Boy, don't show your link, don't drop the link, stuff like that, weeks before you got sniped.
I didn't understand I must have not
exactly. You didn't understand, but suddenly Nathan Oakley's the knight in shining armor that showed you. Like, it was like I was trying to tell you this shit, man.
What, are you jealous, bro? You jealous?
I'm not jealous. I just feel we were betrayed, man.
You were in Hot Potatoes live chat saying much love. Man, you kicked me in the balls, dude.
I said all I said, Glenn, was much love.
I sell out, man.
Much love to all the flat earth community. I'm not saying much love to this person or that person. What's the problem?
Oh, dude, man, you made me sick, dude. Honestly, like I felt like I got kicked in the balls. The same feeling. Like it went up inside.
I felt like you kicked me in the balls when you made a hit piece on me for no reason out of nowhere, even though I've been cool with you.
I told you before. I'll tell you again. If that was a hit piece, that was soft core. So that's all I can tell you, man. You did your own hit piece. I told you that in the last video. I don't have to do any more hit pieces on you, dude. I could not do a better job on you than you did. You did it, not me.
Validation boy. Right. So the problem with me and you is that I never had a problem with you, man, and you sent me an email accusing me of some shit, and I was like, "What the fuck's this?" And that's when the problem started with me and you, man.
And on my show, if you went back, and I know you did a simulcast and you talked over most of what I said during my show, but I have a feeling that you actually did go back and listen to my show, and you'll see that I fully admitted that I was in the wrong. I fully admitted that I accused you of something with no proof, man.
Well, that doesn't make it all right now. That's the thing.
Oh, so
like
so it's all about holding a grudge?
No, I'm not holding a grudge, but that just doesn't mean I respect you the same way. It's not like, all right, we'll just get along with that because you apologized in that show. I do like that. That knocks you down that like list that I've got in my mind. I've got like a wee list in my mind, and I set certain people higher, and you've just dropped like that, fucking doing that league.
Well, why'd you set me so high to begin with, man? I'm just some fucking guy.
No, because I liked you, man. I liked you.
Okay.
And you were a dick, and you sent me an email accusing me of shit, and I thought we had a sort of agreement. Again, I thought we were doing the same shit. We had the same drive, we had the same motivations. We didn't like what was happening in Flat Earth. We didn't agree exactly what the shape of the Earth was, but we could still see what the fuck was going on with these charlatans, this bullshit, this all this crap that's coming in. You were making great videos about it, and suddenly, boom, they disappear. You suddenly stop thinking the same way I think, the same way Glenn thinks, the same way Tim thinks. We're all kind of thinking the same way, seeing the same thing here, and you've suddenly just, it's like a different person. It's like boom.
Tim doesn't really think the same way I do, because I would never invade someone's show like that, you know.
Well, maybe no. Well, maybe if you knew how to, and you had maybe the opportunity, and you were in his shoes, maybe you would have done the same. I don't know.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I know Glenn would have.
Oh yeah, I would. I'd shut it all down.
So you still a flat earther, validation boy?
Well, I'm a flat earth dogmatist. I'm the original flat earth dogmatist, guys. Come on.
What opportunities have now arisen for you?
What do you mean?
Since your change, your heart, what opportunities have now arisen, like interviews and stuff like that?
I've been offered interviews and I refuse to do them.
Nice.
Because I'm not on here, bro, to make money. I'm not on here to, gain popularity and stuff. I'm just on here to, it's a hobby for me, man. It's just fun,
Sure. What do you think, Tim? You're awfully quiet.
I'm just listening to this FE drama. Gotta listen.
Tim can't handle it. He's had too much yet. How you doing anyway, validation boy? What have you been doing to keep up with the flat earther? You've been listening to Globebusters and stuff like that?
No, not at all.
You're in the chat supporting, giving them some moral support.
I'm just showing up like Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes. I showed up in a couple chats and just said hi to everyone, and then I just kind of listen, and then I kind of go out. I don't really stick around for the whole time.
You now speak to Patricia quite often.
I talked to her a couple times, but then I haven't talked to her in a very long time now. She was just happy that I decided to take my hit pieces down, and she was very excited about it. And I said, yeah. And she said, well, you can come into our fold and all that. And I was like, well, I don't really want to. I don't want to join anybody's team or anything. I just wanted to take my hit piece videos down. I took my hit pieces on Tim down too, because they weren't accurate, So I just in the name of fairness, I took my hit pieces down on everybody, on Dell, everybody.
Cool.
You like Dell now, though. You enjoy his show, right?
I mean, I kind of always enjoyed Dell's show. It's just, Jed had raised some points about Dell's tattoos. I joined in on that, I kind of latched on to what Jed had pointed out there. Dell took it, gave me some heat back. It was just a little wrestling match,
No, because you went
tattoos. Not with what he does, just his tattoos. Because if somebody was to come in here right now and blow the lid off Flat Earth, I wouldn't care what they had tattooed on their forehead, I'd say go.
Yeah, I don't even,
So what do you see for your hangouts in the future? What are you going to do? Like videos, hangouts, like what kind of direction are you going now with your stuff?
Honestly, I was thinking. Oh, 1 second, guys. 1 second. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
I like it when
I sent Martin Leakey a link as well, by the way.
That are side effects.
Maybe you can play us some of that dope bass he's got, bro. You
Aye,
drop
man.
us a line.
Aye. Maybe he can get his mum to say Debunking singing.
Okay. I was actually thinking about maybe inviting Tim onto one of my shows and just me and Tim talk maybe for a couple hours.
That'd be a good show. Would you think, Tim?
It's possible. It's possible. It matters the subject, though, I suppose.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, so can I ask you something real quick?
Surely.
When you came on my show, was your original intention to just be on the show, or did you come in with the intent to kick me off the show?
Well, I guess that's kind of a false dilemma, really. There's definitely many reasons why I do what I do, but really I heard that you were just talking about me or something for the first 20 minutes. So then somebody told me that you showed a link, so then they gave me the link, and bam. So I got a good
Did everyone did the thing get sniped there? Oh dear. I knew it wasn't Timmy anyway. I think it's still going though. Who's there?
Me.
Is everyone back? What happened there?
Drop City, man.
What happened there?
I don't know. It just dropped.
Google is or YouTube is really fucked up today.
Me too. Me too, man. I don't know. It was like soon as Jed asked me to come on here, my internet was. I shut my modem off twice today just to think it was that. But I think it's just YouTube.
It's YouTube. Yeah, it's mostly in North America, but I figured out for me it was just I needed to switch my browsers, and it started working. Like the YouTube app, no matter where you are on a phone, seems to be like down right now. And there's people just raging online. They're like, if YouTube isn't up by 8:30 p.m., then I'm done. I'm out. It's like, what? Come on, man. Like, they provide this service. Can you guys imagine? I really can't. I was thinking about this today. What kind of servers and what kind of bandwidth they have to be using to store all of these videos. I mean, some of my videos are gigabyte big, dude. And there's billions of videos, or probably, I don't even know, millions and millions of videos.
I've said that before. Like, making these videos is also like keeping a diary. And maybe in the future, I was thinking, when I'm 50 or 60, will I be able to look back at all these videos, and how many videos will there be on YouTube? Will they just have a clear out after so many years? Because how many is there now? Like, I think there's more videos on YouTube than there is people on the planet, sort of thing.
Yeah, there has to be, dude. There has to be by now. It's crazy.
Aye, so do you think that's an interesting thing to look back on? Like, same with you, Glenn, with your rants and all that, when you're like 50-year-old and you look back at that when you're young and you had
oh, man. I look back now and I have to say myself, it's embarrassing. Because it's not so much as just YouTube. I really did tell people in real life. So that was my downfall.
Now, kudos to you, Glenn, for
I can laugh, and I'm gonna look back and be embarrassed. But either way, I'm not embarrassed because I know I'm broke free from that shit. So it doesn't matter to me anymore.
Well, that's what I was saying to the guys last night, Glenn. That when I first discovered the flat Earth, the most shocking thing to me was the fact that they could have hid something like this for so long from so many people, and the fact that when I realized it is the shape that they say it is, it was like a relief. I was like, oh my God, thanking the world isn't that kind. There is a lot of bad things that happen in this world, but that's something so fundamental that they couldn't have lied for so long. And it was just such a relief now to think. And like you said, it's like we've broke free for this flat Earth shit. And now it's just like, we're just...
It's definitely more entertaining looking at it from as entertainment. You know, it's definitely more entertaining, because before it wasn't entertaining to me. It was stressful, man. It was. And it's not just with me, man. It's got to be with the rest of these people. My wife seen a girl in chat the other day. I don't want to say the girl's name, but her boyfriend and her kid left last weekend, and over flat Earth. And she is in a Google Hangout. Like, it makes no sense, man. Like, you're picking flat Earth over your family and shit, and it's,
well, even these,
it's bad.
Even these two Google Hangouts that I'm having right now is like, my missus gave me a funny look, like, you're having another one. I'm like, again. No, because I had that one last night and I've had quite a good response to it. And when I was playing my game earlier, you came on my chat, Glenn, and you said, "Oh, I missed Ken," and you said, "Man," and I thought, do you know what? I'll just have another one. That was kind of, it's as easy as that. But like I said, just what I'm doing right now is taking up a lot of my time.
Yeah.
But I'm enjoying it, man. I'm enjoying it.
I look at it too. This is the first time in forever that I actually am enjoying it. You know, because I wasn't enjoying it before. I wasn't having fun. You know what I mean? I only made videos when I was mad. So now I make videos just to make fun and laugh. So.
Well, you see how wound up, like, guys like Dell, you see him, like, the beginning of his hangout, that Canadian gimp, and he's so angry, and you think to yourself, does he never think to himself, what if I'm wrong? Yep. What if I'm wrong?
Yep. I man, that's gone through my head so many times, because I've told real people, man, YouTube's not real to me. It's fake life, man. You can make it whatever you want it to be, but in real life, it's real life. And you go to work and you tell your boss that you think the earth is flat, and you tell some of your coworkers, and you tell your dad and your mom, and you start telling people shit, and it makes a difference than just telling people on YouTube that no one knows.
I threw a few hints to people as well. Like, I wasn't just dabbling on YouTube. I was hitting just to see what they would say, and it was just to see if they would react the same way I would react, just to see if I was normal. Like I was throwing the same shit I heard at them, and they were having the same reaction I had. So I was like, well, thank God it's no only me that can fall for this kind of babble. Until you do your own proper research, anyone can be fooled by this. That's why they're saying, bring on teachers, bring on this, bring on that, because they know the lingo to use now, especially when you don't stand by any model. Or same way, Validation Boy, he's a dogmatist. And it's like, it's just, or shapeless. To me, shapeless is still, by saying it's shapeless, you're still denying that there's all this evidence out there. Shapeless is just another easy way out. It's like, well, you're denying that all this other evidence that says there's some kind of shape here, like the lunar eclipse. The lunar eclipse happened the past couple of nights, and not one flat Earth channel is talking about it. Like, not one flat Earth channel saying we looked at it with a telescope.
Or promote shit that's going to make them look bad or not support their case. That's the thing of it, and that's why a year ago I started listening to other people just to say that I didn't become a dogmatist. I was a flat earther. But I'm never going to say this is all there is. I would never have said that. I was always open, even when I was a flat earther. If somebody would have had evidence to support a ball 100 times or 1,000 times bigger than it is, I would have said maybe that's why we don't see the curvature.
Well, that's why I respected flat earthers like yourself, Glenn, because even though maybe you were wrong, you believed what you were saying was right. And you thought it was the truth, and you believed it. So in your eyes, you weren't lying to anybody. You thought you were doing a good thing. So I respected that. But when there's certain people out there, I look at it and I know they're deliberately lying. Like, deliberately, they know what they're saying is not truthful. And I can't respect those people that know they're lying. They're deliberately they're twisting stuff. They're like Antonio right now. This stuff with the sun and the moon, and he's creating all these straw men, and you just know he's lying. He's just lying, and I can't respect that.
I don't even watch him, man. Honestly, I don't even watch him.
I don't watch him either.
Same moderators, ADR, like it's sickening. And then you go look over in Poncho Chan. The only people talking in the chat is freaking wrenches. The whole chat is wrenches.
When you start looking at when you start looking at the stuff now, because there's a lot of people like that Sly Sparkane guy, he's got some good stuff. There's quite a few people coming out, and if you look at their work and look at what Flat Earth are, but you're like, God, there's not that many people defending the globe, but what they're producing makes sense and it all works. And
you know what's funny? Even that guy you're talking about, Sparkling or whatever, when all these people have trolled me in the beginning, but not really trolled me, never like called me flat earth retard or any of that. They tried to leave me links. You know what though, dude, man? When you become a flat earther, your mind gets so fucking warped that you push everybody with a ball around them away. That's what you do, man. That's in your fucking mind because you just want to learn. That's what these people think, because that's what I thought. I don't know, dude. I thought everybody that's trying to teach a fucking ball to me is not on my side.
I got that.
Why did I have that in my head? You know, that's why I had that in my head for the longest time. And it's some of these people that I owe it to that were actually nice to me, like you, that never fucking criticized me for what I believed. You know, you let me fucking pan it out, play it out myself. If I was going to realize the earth wasn't flat, you weren't going to make me realize that. I had to realize that.
And remember guys like Spaceman? Remember him?
Yeah,
Spaceman.
I know.
And now when I think back, fuck, was he just so sick and tired they try to prove to us something that we were so high in the flat earth stuff, and he was just turned into a nasty old bastard, but really, was he just trying to tell us the truth? He
was trying to tell us the truth. He was just a horrible, dirty, rotten teacher. He'd be like, sit down, do you want to learn or what? Like, you got a question? And he'd be like, oh man, he drove me fucking mental, but you know, he was right. In the end, I should have just listened to him, really, man. I wouldn't be in this predicament.
It doesn't mean everything he was saying was right, but he was probably more right than we were thinking at the time. Like, we were thinking, nah, that's bullshit. There were certain things he was telling us, like the curvature, and maybe he was probably even arguing about lunar eclipses back then and star rotations, and we just ignored it.
The more he would argue and make sense, the more that the bigger flat earthers would say, wow, he's reading from a textbook. So then you get us that would be thinking, oh yeah, well, I ain't listening to him then. And then as soon as you stop listening to him or tell him, you know, fuck off or whatever, then he's trolling you, and you know, it's back and forth, and he just gets tired of it after a while. He was one of the trolls that trolled me that he just went away from me, you know what I mean? And it wasn't that he was even a troll. He just gave up on me. He thought he's fucking useless. He's never going to come around. And I know I gave him that impression. Because in the end, I remember Spaceman, and I told him in the end, you know what? It doesn't matter what it is. I want to believe it's fucking flat. That's what I told him. That's what I told Spaceman.
Fuck off. It makes you feel a little bit guilty now when you think back.
It does now. You're right. It does. It absolutely does, man. It makes me feel ridiculous, but it's true. I'd be a fucking liar if I told you any different. It's true. He was one of the ones I should have listened to. Because he did try to reason with me. He didn't fucking freak out at me at first. It wasn't until I tried to push him away that he fucking freaked out at me.
And you probably pushed him away with stuff that you were learning from Jaron. That, well, how does this and how does that? And he's probably like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, man.
You remember Spaceman, Tim?
The straight Spaceman guy? Like the... you guys used to talk to him? Where?
The old guy. I think he was like was he a Canadian?
I think he was from Halifax.
Yeah, he was in Canada. Did you guys hear him on Debates channel or what?
Yeah.
Aye. Oh, no, I saw him one time fucking falling asleep, and he got up, and he must have forgot he was broadcasting. He was in like Y-fronts. He was walking about. I was like, oh my fucking god! Like the guy, like Vancouver City, he was a dirty old. Oh, he was a pain in the arse. But maybe he was kind of honest. Well, he obviously did know his shit.
I heard he was selling his house and something, sold everything, and then went to like, you know, Thailand or some Asian country and was just gonna live out the rest of his life.
Someone said he died. Like on a chat like a few months ago, like someone brought up his name and they went, "Oh, Spaceman, he died." I was like, "What? Did he?"
The last time we saw him, he came on Debates and he had brought one of his fellow friends over, and yeah, they were. I guess he was gay or something too.
Was it?
I
Yeah, because
remember that, man.
he was drunk with another dude. Yeah, they were getting all.
I remember that, man.
Oh, man. Did he? Well, I'm not feeling as guilty as any.
Another guy, man, that was a baller that was always fucking nice to me, man, and I shoved him away every single time was Negatorax.
Aye.
He was always fucking straight up to me, man. He was like, "Well, you'll come around maybe one day,"
Well,
and then
he was the first guy. Like, I done a video looking across the Forth, and I could see an island. What I thought I could see an island was like 50 miles away, and he came onto my chat on my video and brought up some points, and I went back down to the Forth, and I realized, fuck, I think he's right. That isn't the island that I'm seeing. So I deleted my video, but I got a really heated debate with that guy, Negon. Same again. I thought he's just a troll. He's a troll, definite troll. But now when I think back, now he was right. And he was one of the reasons that made me pull that video down, because I realized that it was probably wrong. So I'm not going to.
Isn't that funny, Jed? How like Globebusters and all these people call all the Globe believers that come on and try to tell them legitimate information, they call them trolls, like straight up.
Mm-hmm.
I think I popped on Globebusters for probably a minute today, and I think I heard him say that again. Bob's, he's like made a video or something, and he's like, "Oh, you got to go down to the comments and deal with all the Globehead trolls." It's like, what, dude, really? Yeah, I mean, they've been wrong. That's kind of the thing about Antonio Subarats too. It's like you've been wrong, just about everything thus far, and you keep producing more wrong information. And you look through the comments, just like the Dr. Zach video where I made a video of just the comments, because Globebusters uploaded that video, Antonio Subarats did, and somebody else that was real big. But it was 100% Eclipse debunked 2017. And you just look at all the comments. You look at the thumbs up. There's like hundreds of thumbs up, like couple thumbs down. You look through the comments, and it's just all pro Flat Earth. Like, yeah, good job.
It's the same names. It's the same faces.
Yeah,
it's the same one.
I caught ODD. I caught Patricia Steer. I mean, they were on this. Just literally, it shows you right in that video that these people literally went on. The guy used one source when he could have used 3. There's 3 sources for lunar data and stuff. So he used one source and thought he debunked the heliocentric model from that. I mean, it was just, it was mind blowing.
Well, he said on Globebusters tonight that there is a problem with this. He's not denying that there's different star rotations in north and south. He says that he doesn't know what it is. He's not denying that. There is a problem there. So if there's a problem, he's admitting it. He's admitting there's a problem with the stars. So that's maybe a start.
Bob, or what?
And how can you
Bob.
spell a broken map?
Because they try to push away from the whole map idea. They're like, no, we've poked so many holes in the heliocentric model, we don't even need to. And everything thus far, like I said, is complete bollocks, man. It's all bullshit. It's all half-truths, flat lies, and logical fallacies out of a compilation of logical fallacies. It's amazing. They just continue to do it. And
just hope in the end people learn by this, because I did, man. I learned a lot about things that I didn't know about before I became a flat earther. That's for sure, man. I learned. There's a lot
of sociology. Sorry, man. Sociology, psychology, like so much you could have learned. Not even about the topic or about that the Earth is a globe or anything like that. Like you can actually look at kind of what I would call a literal cult mentality of religious dogmatists in the flat earth sophism kind. So these people literally are cult members. So these people, these leaders can come out with anything and they'll agree with them.
You see,
most people that are in a cult don't know that they're in one until they leave.
Exactly.
I didn't, man. I didn't realize it. Like, I thought it could be, but I thought, well, if it is, I'm not in it. So, I mean, but really, I was in it in a way, because my name was all over the place. So I was in it in a way.
I've
But
heard
I
you.
didn't.
I've heard
I
you
got
mention Orphan Red quite a few times, man. Like, do you support her work?
what she does now.
No.
But if she wants to do it, do it. And the most people that pick at her, I find, are mostly women that are
Jealous.
older. Are older.
Yes, they've got boobs.
I was gonna leave it at that. Most people that pick at her are women that are older, and it's like whatever, man. I think to myself, I can't watch her because her voice drives me crazy, but I don't take from what she's doing. And if people want to watch her, then watch her. That's her channel, whatever. I mean, she's not really like, she does monetize it. She does got GoFundMe. She's no different than the rest of them, but she actually broke away from the Potato Club from what I can see.
Do you think I've heard a few people saying this, but do you think she could be trying to sexualize it in a way, like with this?
In a way, she's running her own agenda, I believe. I think they all have a part of what they're doing. It's coming.
I think Mark and Patricia and Orphan had something to do with each other. Obviously, with Big Tits McGee going and hanging out with Mark and making that ridiculous video. I mean, just absolute garbage video. And I just can't believe. Yeah, I mean, I'm a male, and like I see through her like literally she's glass. I know that she's a sociopath. She's narcissistic. I know that she uses men, and you can just tell from her because of what she's doing in her videos. Like, there's no reason really to do like cosplay and stuff like that unless you're trying to make like a scene,
Mm-hmm.
And she made a scene, and the whole back and forths between them setting up a sex tape and stuff. I mean, that was just that was another flat Earth
I thought that
joke.
was pathetic. Like a sex, that's a sex tape. Come on, man. We want to see real sex if it's going to be a sex tape. You know what I mean?
But could you imagine the gamer guy getting laid by two girls? I mean, he would blast off within 30 seconds, and he would be useless to them. They would have to be like making out, and they probably do, man. They both look like they go both ways. But he's actually with that girl. I don't know if you know that. He made like a corny little happy birthday video a while back, and I guess, what is she, about 15 years younger than him, or I don't know, 12 years. But this is a great opportunity for men that don't have anything going for them to try to find some equally woefully ignorant person of the opposite sex. So flat Earth is great, guys.
Is there no opposites attract though, man? You know what I mean? They know better going for the globes.
No, dude. Fuck no. Not in this. This is a cult. Yeah.
All the way, man. Look at that girl, Be Here in Love, man. Makes a video like an advert for her to get a flat Earth date. Like,
what?
That girl, Be Here in Love. She was on Nathan's show. She's another crackpot.
Is that Zoe? She does the weird distorted faces and stuff.
She did that voice in her face and everything, and asked for a date, man.
Oh, I put her on one time, right? I put her on my 50-inch screen one time in the living room, and my missus came through and she went, "What the hell is that? Go and turn that off. That is giving me the creeps." And she was doing that. Sorry, "Hi, I'm somebody." Like this weird character, and it totally freaked my missus out. She was like, "Turn that off." You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's a weird one, man.
So how long do you think Poncho can like hold, this couch position that he's in? Seriously, how long could one person do that? I mean, without getting paid by the government or just having a completely free stay with somebody, just living off them. I mean, unless he has money saved up or in a fucking storage unit or something, like where's his money coming from? People need to eat and shit.
I think it's everything's just made out of balloons, and he's like, see that behind him? It looks like a quilt, right? I think that's like a wall of balloons with just a cover thrown over it. And I think his couch is like just balloons with like throwovers over it. I think everything around him.
He's in his friend's yard that's made of balloons. Yeah, he just put a quilt over it with a couch in there. As long as he's got power and internet and a computer, he can fucking hold 24-hour troll casts. I mean,
he's probably sitting in a shed as well. You know what I mean?
Undisclosed location shed.
He's probably in the garden from the house.
I think the sheriff's at his doors, man. Remember the sheriff's were at his door?
Oh, it's
that was
screaming.
crazy.
screaming.
Man, I was painting in the summertime. I downloaded that from the Vets channel, and I used to listen to it when I was at work, and because I could only hear it. Well, man, I heard it all, and then I come home, I had to watch it because I had to see what the hell was going on.
Did you feel sorry for him?
No.
Jed, that part that you got where he's making that noise when he's getting like romped, dude. That's perfect, man. I swear I'm gonna make a GIF of that so that I can just pass it around. It's a free Poncho getting romped GIF. You know, you can put it in all your videos. Just place it on top, dude. I mean, oh my god, that sound too.
It did look like someone was sodomizing him through the letterbox, like on the other side. Even though he was bending over, kind of.
You gotta take out the door.
He was holding the door with his ass, and it was like,
Poncho glory hole door. Oh, nice.
And when the door comes down on top of him, just the way like he flies forward, that's hilarious.
You know, that's what happens, man. And I was going around saying that he was, you know, squatting for like 3 years. He came out and corrected me. It was like 5 years. I mean, good for him. You know, he's a good squatter. You know, he's got a family. That's the thing is like with my life, I wouldn't mind if I was in that position as much because obviously I don't have kids or like a wife or anything. But man, if I had kids, I just, you know, how big of a loser can you be to like have, you know, be some flat earth meme person and have 24-hour hangouts, you know, with that one guy. What is his name? Vincent? Oh my god, that guy is so awkward, dude. Like all of a sudden everybody will be talking, having a great conversation. I go for coffee now, and it's like, whoa, I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. Okay, just hold. Okay, I'm just going to the bathroom. Okay, you know, and then people are like, what were we just talking about?
I don't even know where he sprung up from, that Vince guy. It's like I think he was hanging around the free chans, and then suddenly he owned free chan.
They all come from nowhere, though. I tell you, man. All these ones that get affiliated, they come from nowhere. Look at the Antarctica guy, man. He showed up at a flat Earth, looked like a picnic, man, and all of a sudden he's pumping Antarctica and then just disappears.
Did he go back to the globe?
I have no idea, but he said I seen the other night on what's his name? I mirrored his video. Schmick.
Oh, Schmick.
Yeah, I mirrored his video the other day. He put up one about Antarctica plumber calls the flat Earth map and model rubbish. So I mirrored it because he only had like 20 subscribers. So I wanted more people to see that. You know what I mean? Because I went after that Antarctica guy before, and the only one came in defense was Jeff Stewart. That made me wonder too, really, about Jeff, really, because why would he stick up for the Antarctica guy?
I didn't get Jeff, man. I've listened to some of his hangouts, and I've actually sat and listened to him just babble lies, and he knows he's lying, but he's joking, and he just sits there laughing, and it's like,
yeah,
what's it?
Yeah, he's an absolute idiot. If you've ever seen his video where he rides in on his motorcycle, then gets a hose out. And starts spraying the hose all over this hot engine, all over the hot engine block, and people are on there like, even me, like, dude, you shouldn't do that, man. You got a fairly nice bike. There's no reason to do that. That's ridiculous. And you know, he spent like 20 minutes his next show like, I've never seen anybody, you know, have any problem from that, and it's like, come on, dude, it's common sense.
That's a good impression, man.
I'm pretty good at impressions. It kind of comes out my ass sometimes. I don't even know where that came from.
So what happens when you spray a hot gas tank with cold water? Is it
just like anything?
Does the metal expand or some shit like that?
Well, that's the thing, is that the metal is expanded due to heat. So when it cools, it's you know, that quickly. It's kind of like why you don't have a hot glass straight out of the dishwasher and put cold water into it, because it'll just instantly it'll instantly break, because the temperature differential will make it just break. It's not 100%, but it's a really stupid thing to do.
So what you're saying is that by spraying the tank with cold water on a hot tank, with like the integrity of the metal like would be weaker.
Yeah, it could crack your engine block. I mean, it's that you would have to get a new engine basically.
What kind of bike was it? It was quite a nice one, like.
That's
I
pretty
asked
decent.
that to Sweetheart about the water, the cold water, and she told me that it was a hot hose.
Yeah,
That's what she told me in the comments. It was a hot hose because I never heard
No,
tell
he
that
didn't even
either.
say that. He didn't even say that.
That's
Who
what
has a
she-
hot hose water
That's what she
outside
said.
the house?
She's got two of them. One's hot, one's cold. I don't know if she was tricking me or what, but it looked like cold water going on a hot engine to me, man.
Yeah, you could definitely tell.
And
I'm
even if
also-
it was hot water, it would only be from a hot water tank, which would be how many degrees hot? Wouldn't be like boiling hot as the engine block.
No, yeah, it's still a dumb thing to do for sure.
So Tim, I heard you the
What's
other
up?
night there. Do you believe in other? I take it you think the moon landings are 100% like real and like the first
No,
moon landings?
definitely not.
No,
But I do believe that there's evidence to have belief in it, but I don't disbelieve it in any way, because a lot of times I kind of look at it backwards, like so if it's fake, then how fake is it, and how so everything is fake. That's kind of what I was trying to get on to John LeBon about, because when you say this is a hoax or no one died, no one got hurt, it was a media event for 9/11, these kinds of things.
he was on farm last night, John. Yeah,
Yeah, he's definitely pulling out some booze for him.
He was in one of
Yeah.
them. He was dropping the sly wee backhanders, getting as he was saying his sentence, like he would drop the ridiculous heliocentric model, but he'd just keep talking, like, and by the time he finished his sentence, you forget what he'd kind of said.
Yes, I was. I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was gonna. Somebody interrupted what I was about to say right after that, because it's just straight gish gallop right afterwards. So he'll send something your way very passive aggressive at the beginning. It's brilliantly laid out, and then just gish gallop you to hell.
But I think people notice it. I think that's why he gets so many thumbs down. Can be certain videos he makes. I think it's a shame. It's like John's got some good stuff that comes out, but the amount of thumbs down he gets on these videos, and I think people can see that what you were just saying there, that
passive aggressive. Yeah, people think it's cockiness. Trust me, I've gone through it my whole life. Everyone be like, "Oh, you're cocky," and it's a huge turnoff to people to be passive aggressive. So. A person like me, I actually admire it. I think it's art in and of itself. But yeah, you got to kind of be all things to all people at times. And but the thing is with John, he had a bunch of subscribers that were flat earthers, right? Because he had one of the best series that still to this day, the Baller Skeptic,
the round table,
and yeah, and so he was a prominent figure in the beginning. But then when I got onto him, and it was around the time when I was getting onto him about, where's the Flat Earth Skeptic, round table show, where you debunk it easily, for 8 episodes or whatever. And so then he started making videos, against like Globebusters and Jaren and Bob. And so basically he went down the hill of getting Tiger Danned. And I think some people are basically sub to him just to see when his video is up, just to thumbs down it. So
what do you think about the whole Tiger Dan hang?
I was working on him pretty well. I guess Cathexis likes to say it was another person as well, but yeah, I was sending him all kinds of information privately, and he never sent me anything back, right? And then all of a sudden he made that series, and I made a video called Flat Earth is quote unquote not a cult. And it just basically was a song with a bunch of comments from his board and stuff. And I guess he was sub to me. So I think that he was definitely taking in some information. And then, he was actually, I guess he definitely found it important to try to model the flat earth idea, because it's not really about exactly getting the terrain correct. Is like kind of just conceptualizing how the sky would work, how the sun would set, how the stars would have 2 celestial poles and have arc star trails, and all these different things that you do have to conceptualize. But if the Earth is flat, which is about 0.001% chance in my book, whoever made it look and empirically test out to be a globe, like literally. So explain that. You just have to backwards just you know, I always say take it into a program, to the celestial sphere, try to smash it down and see if you can get some kind of representation.
Oh, the star
But
rotation is definitely one. Definitely,
Yeah.
it's the one that kill. Like when you try and apply what we see in the sky on a flat Earth model, there's no way you can go about it. There's just no way. That should be it. That should be the nail in the coffin. That if enough, but people see it, and that's just not enough. If that's not enough to them, what is enough, Tim? Like
Well,
that should be
the
a killer,
moon,
man.
in conjunction with the moon and the sun, and their angular size throughout the whole day. The thing is they come up and they set. You know, they rise and they set, and throughout the whole day they basically stay the same size. So if they were just, you know, getting further on the plane or whatever, like there would be a much bigger difference in angular size. So that needs to be explained,
And
and
if
you
they were
can't explain it on a perspective basis, because yeah, maybe from my perspective the moon starts to get bigger as it goes away, but maybe somebody that's, you know, closer to California or whatever
but if it was
would see.
perspective, you could zoom it back. Can like they keep going on
Yeah.
the P900s, like, and if the sun's moving away perspective, why can't you get the P900 and make it reappear? Because it's not setting, it's just perspective. It's just getting further away.
Yeah.
Well, why does
Well, that's the whole thing, is the obstruction is a killer. Like the obstruction for the Chicago skyline, the Toronto skyline,
Mhm.
these things are absolute killers, because there's something obstructing it. Now, if you could take a telescope out and see more of that obstructed, then I would be like, whoa, there's something to this flat Earth.
Mhm.
But, you know, then they just go down the road of cathexis, where he went on for 6 months saying, you know, atmospheric conditions, swells and waves, angle of attack. You know, I know it that well off the top of my head because he said it so much. So these are the things that they implement into their repertoire of the flat Earth sophism psyop, and it just it's just all muddied. You know, you get some somewhat smart apples like Jaren or whatever that do actually do some research and they can twist it a little bit. Then you got your lemmings that just go around and fucking parrot it.
Well, I've
Just like
realized.
Pete Shea.
Well, I've realized that, like, if you want to prove to these people, um, you have to go about it in a certain way. I've noticed there's certain people like Sly Sparkane and things like his stuff should be going viral to the flat earthers just to show them, but it doesn't. It doesn't even make a dent. It doesn't. And I think guys like Sly Sparkane aren't. They have to drop to the level. They don't understand the way flat earthers think. So what you have to do is approach it a way that, because they say mathematics is bullshit, it's just a language, and again, so just scrub out mathematics then, right? So we'll show you the Earth shape without mathematics, and we'll show you photographs from space, and they'll say, oh no, so there's no point using the photographs or NASA, nothing to do with NASA, and no mathematics. The best way I think we can prove to people how the Earth works and the shape of it is just by observing, by what we observe and what repeats, what we see every day, every year, and there's no fancy maths behind it. It's I think that's the best way.
People are constantly saying this doesn't work on a flat Earth map. This doesn't work on a flat Earth map. What actually does work on a flat Earth map? Does Bigfoot work on a fucking flat Earth map? Nothing works on it. It's a fucking piece of paper, man. Nothing. People got to stop saying this don't work and that don't work. None of it works.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that works is they're selling the fucking things. That's the only thing that works.
That's
it works, man. The only thing with the heliocentric model, I can't see a fucking curve with my eyes, and maybe I'm not designed to. You know, I've come to the terms of that. But the rest of it works. Google Earth works.
We're too small, man.
Of it. Google Earth works.
So you're in Canada, right?
Yeah, they can call it a computer program, whatever the fuck they want. I've seen a Google Earth card with my own fucking eyes, man, with a camera on the top. I know that. But Google Earth works. If I want to find somewhere I'm going to go in Canada, I can fucking get there. And I don't care if I'm on a ball or a fucking plane.
What part of Canada are you in? Is it Western
Vancouver.
or Eastern? Or
Vancouver, Western. I'm from New
Brunswick. Oh, shit. Really?
Yeah.
There's times where I'll have to find the location, but you are actually in a position to see one of the furthest distances. What's up?
In a position to intercept Mark Sargent, because in order for him to get to Melody on Vancouver Island, he needs to go through a ferry terminal, man. And I've been waiting to hear when he goes.
So you could prove this to yourself though, dude. I mean, this is interesting. You could literally, if you could get a camera or somebody with a decent camera or telescope, go and look at one of the furthest distances on Earth that you can see, and it's near BC, I believe. It's you can actually see a mountain from like Idaho or something. I mean, we're talking like hundreds of miles.
Are you talking Mount Baker? I can see Mount Baker from pretty near my house on a clear day, and that's in the other side of the border.
Yeah, see, some of those, that you're in a good position to see some of these things that would actually really prove the globe to you, because there's a large amount of these mountains that are going to be obstructed.
Yeah,
and that obstruction is curvature.
I believe, and I can only see the top of the mountain too. You know what I mean? I can't see the bottom of the mountain.
For real? That's obstruction, dude. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
you're seeing curvature right there, man. Seriously.
You would have to be, yeah. I would have to be seeing something. You know what I'm saying? Because I can only see a part of this mountain. Now, I know this mountain is huge. It's actually like a volcano. They call it the sleeping giant or sleeping something. It's an actual active volcano, but it's not in danger, I guess. But I can see it on a clear day from our SkyTrain, which is 5 minutes from my house.
Nice, man. That'd be a good video that you could make.
Either. I'm not on the ground either. Like seeing that, I'm either on the top of a hill or on a train track, which is actually probably like 40 feet in the air. But I can see the top of a mountain.
Nice. Yeah, that would be a great video that you could make, dude, because I've never seen any flat earther even talk about that. It's one of the longest distances that you can actually see something on Earth, literally.
Yeah, I'm not sure the distance between where I'm at. I'm in South Vancouver to that mountain, so I'm not. I'm told that the mountain is in Washington.
Yeah, is it like Mount Shasta or something? I forget what it's called.
I think it's called Mount Baker, man.
All that would happen, man, is they would say that's proof for flat Earth.
I know.
Everything.
Antonio would come out.
Say, but by using the 8-inch per square, you shouldn't see any of that mountain.
Yep, they would say that, and I'd be like, well, that's why we didn't do that math, because he's up on a hill, and you have to take that into account, and that actually gives it further credence, because if he was probably lower, he probably wouldn't see more, he wouldn't see it at all. So the perspective
hangouts that someone could see 180 miles. 180 miles.
From what? Like on top of a mountain or something?
No, I don't think he was talking about on a mountain.
On a plane or
like, I'll need to go back in, but he said 100, some like they could see 180 miles. I was just trying to visualize that in my mind. I just couldn't. I was like, how could, unless you were really high up in an aircraft, or a mountain.
Even still,
like you said.
for flat Earth or for ball, I'm sure people could go on Google Earth and pick up real good locations where there's the separation that they could measure if they really wanted to prove one way or the other. And nobody really does. You notice that, like, people talk about it, but nobody actually does it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was saying about the geodetic surveying equipment. Like, where's the curvature? Where's the curvature? Well, go and rent, a theodolite for $40 from a store, and go prove that there's curvature. And if you don't want to think that, man-made devices are, superior over water, then you're an idiot. I mean, whatever, dude. I don't care.
Yeah, but most people don't know what a theodolite is.
Man-made devices, anything, I don't care what it is man-made devices.
Yeah, that's what Dell says. He says
devices, everything.
Yeah, he says all I got is water. That's all I need. I'm like, what?
And we need to figure out what the stars are made out of.
Yeah. And I had to say that to him 4 times, and he still got pissed at me. It's like, dude, why do I have to say something to you 4 times? I'm not going to say something different.
So what is he trying to imply? Is he trying to imply that you can't do the scientific method in the sky?
No, he basically... Go ahead, Vancouver.
It's nothing's going to work for him. It's like you said,
Yeah.
Tim. Like he doesn't trust anything. As soon as you mention balloons, he's like, well, he brung up balloons, and then he went off with it that we got to put balloons up, but you don't trust no lenses because they're man-made. So what are you gonna? Is he gonna ride the balloon because you're not? So it would be a waste to go funding money because. I mean, if it would prove one way or the other, what's a couple $100 or you know what I mean? Like I've wasted 2 years of my life. $400 or $500 is nothing to me. Like, you know what I mean? To prove something, but I don't trust any of these money grabbers that would take it and just whatever they do with it. He'd fix his motorbike with it or something.
I heard Globusters is getting some like $40 cameras. It's gonna be really impressive. He said he's getting like 6 of them.
Aye, 6
Really?
of them. Aye. He says, "Oh,
Man.
these 6 cameras are the same weight as that one last camera that we lost.
Wow.
So they must be shit."
Dude, they're gonna be shit, man. Somebody told me that it was like the size. He said it was the size of a thumb or something. Like, what kind of camera is that? Yeah.
Size of a thumb.
Yeah. What kind of quality are you looking at?
Bought it. Flat Earth taxpayers.
I wonder how many pixels are in that thumb-sized lens.
He's looking
Matter
for.
how many pixels. I'm not going to see the sun when they go up there at night, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a killer, man. I think that would be a killer if a balloon went up and they seen the sun. That would kill the globe.
They seen darkness. That's what I think, and that's why they didn't have the heart to tell anybody. So they just said that it crashed and a car dragged it and whatever.
No, I think it did crash, man, because I watched that show Hangout they done with it, and you could actually track the balloon on the GPS. You could see it. They were showing you it's like a radar, and you could see the balloon, and it went over the motorway, and then the beeping kind of stopped, and then you seen the balloon was halfway down the motorway, like on the same line. You're like, man, that's been dragged, and it reached speeds like it was about 40 miles an hour or something like that. You're like, it never went that fast through the whole. I think it was 12. It was about average 12 miles per hour until it hit that road, and then it hit 40 miles an hour. So I think it just went right under a truck or something like that, and just rolled it off the side verge or something. Because I think it did. And like you said, even if they did get it up, man, they wouldn't have seen a sun. No way.
That's not even what he's trying to achieve.
Was he trying to look at the stars?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Prove flat Earth with the stars that
I don't even think at this point they even want to prove flat Earth. They just want to keep it going with anything they got. They can do a show about anything. People watch it.
That's the tactic, is to basically try to think that they're poking holes in the heliocentric model and not prove flat Earth in the least bit. I mean, that's the last thing they want to do. Who wants to try to fucking prove a fallacious idea meme for 2 years? I mean, I sure don't. I would have to get paid a lot of money to do that.
These big guys they do damned if they don't. If they debunk flat Earth, well, nobody's watching them. And if flat Earth, for whatever reason, got proven, well, nobody's watching them still. That's what they need to keep them in the spotlight. And that's what I think they're doing for now. And it's like you said, Jed, they're cashing out, man. They're going to take as much as they can before it flops.
I think it's bad timing, though. You'd think they'd use like the timing better, because last year, like maybe mid last year, was probably the best time to get maybe these conferences, this super chat, whatever it was. They were on a high, man. They were fucking. Right now, they're like a dying animal, and now they're starting to pull this shit out their ass.
Yeah, I think the conference was important because it was starting to really fizzle out. And like Glenn was saying, Nathan and these people, they can put up a show and not have anything to do with flat Earth and still get views. So
they could do a puppet show. They were in ski masks. They can do anything they want. They could literally do a flat Earth puppet show and of a flat Earth sock teaching a flat Earth glober. And people watch that shit and thumbs it up. That's how ridiculous it is.
Well, Globebusters went out for like most people, and basically it went from like 700 to 400. but you could tell that people were just sitting around, because I checked the chat once it went down, and people were just sitting around, still in the chat, like hundreds of them, just chatting, saying, "Oh, it's down here in, San Francisco or whatever." So it is about like the community. They want to talk to each other, and they're all for this common goal, and it's just silly, I mean, I guess the common goal of the proving the globe Earth has already been done by way more qualified people. So go ahead and try to make up something else so that you can like have camaraderie with your fallacious friends or whatever.
But we still can't see the bad in it, man, because the way I see it is we've already learned, we can't be ambushed by guys like Dell in the street anymore. We're equipped now mentally. We've got beliefs. We've got stuff to back our beliefs and to justify our beliefs. So we can't be ambushed like this. And I think that's the thing we can learn out of this, and the fact that we're all coming together, guys. Like the fact that it's like for us, like, to come together, you need these weird, we're the opposite reaction of what's happening. And I think this is a good thing, like us kind of guys. This is like a dream team to me. Like when you watch over the 2 years and who's been biting at their heels like over the time. And even Validation Boy and earlier, Ken, like I thought like me, Validation Boy, Glenn, and I think that's a good thing. That can only be seen as a good thing. Like people that can see the truth are now coming together.
Well, look how big of a shill you are to the Flat Earth, dude. I mean, seriously, you had John LeBon, Gem Panda, Tim Ossman on last night.
I know.
And then now this with Valley Girl Boy, Vagination Boy, and Glenn. Yeah, I mean, you're really going after the flatties now, man.
I know. I hope I didn't scare Validation Boy away, because he's still got the same link. He could have came back the same as you guys.
Nah, he probably didn't want to talk to me, but I feel like he's lurking about.
Do you think we're a bit harsh on him?
No, I don't know.
No, I would never treat him bad. Like I don't care anymore. He chose that path. You know what I mean?
True.
That's how I see it. He chose that, man. Like you chose it or you accepted it. One of the two.
It's shown in the numbers of views on his last hangout. It's got like 200 views or something.
Well, he was reading the fucking Unabomber manifesto, dude.
Oh, that was weird. Why?
I don't know, man. It sounds actually fairly good, like in a way, I guess. But yeah, it's just the whole idea of it is kind of silly, I suppose.
But 1984 is good, and Patricia Steer was reading it, but I didn't agree with that shit. And it's the same with Validation Boy, and it's like you're not there to listen to him read, man.
True. A lot of the people at his channel are just could give a fuck about what he says. They're actually watching other shows and are just there in the chat because it's an absolute circus in there, you know.
They've got him muted. They've got Validation Boy muted, and they're just in the chat.
Yep.
I've done that. To be honest, I'm guilty of doing that as well.
If I can't talk, I don't even want to be there.
Now, there's a couple of times I've been like in free chat and stuff like that, and they've been singing and all that shit, and I've just like muted it, fucking, just because I've been trolling people in the chat or whatever. Yeah,
that free chat, that was an interesting adventure. Even Chenchi's debates.
Do you think he's behind this poncho shit, man?
No.
No? How do you know?
No.
How do you know?
I think Chenchi ran with his little tail between his legs, and he's gone.
I don't know.
I saw a new Flat Earth channel pop up, and the person, it was probably a couple months ago, or like a month and a half ago or something, and I went in there, and I said, Chenchi, and the person was like, no. It's like, yeah, it is. I was like, I thought I told you to leave, and the hangout shut down, and the person's never opened one again. So I think he tried again, literally, to start again.
But right. He's tried to have his hands in debates since there was debates. That's what makes me think he's not gone. I'm not saying he's running ponchos, but man, I think if he's not, he's masterminding another one.
Well, one thing he was behind was he wanted to have 24-hour, and that's what Poncho and Vince do. And there's no real motivation. I've seen them sitting there sleeping with 34 people in the chat. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's something behind them. Maybe Vince has fucking Chenchi, because we didn't know who Chenchi is.
No, I never heard his voice.
I've just heard Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, he did that on purpose. He played anonymous the whole time, but he obviously
really, it could be anybody. It could be you.
Nah, he got called out, man. He got called out.
I think you're Andrea Sensi.
That would be kind of funny.
He's been called out though. He's been on Debate's shill list since I remember.
No, what got him? He could have actually probably keep going, but what got him was the admission of some dude came on one night when I was there and Cathexis was there, some other people, and started talking about his demons experiences and how he had a demon and all that. You know, he had demons for a long time, right? And I was trolling him. I was like, oh, I bet you had a sexual experience at one point. And he was like, yeah, there was one time, you know, the demon was molesting me when I woke up and blah, blah, blah. And then he said that he printed out LSC's, Lord Stephen Christ's symbol and put it on his head because he was an LSC follower at the time. And he has been cleared of the demons ever since. And this is not a lie. This is straight out of an older dude's voice, older man. And so he accidentally said that Sensi, you know, he met Sensi, he met his dad, he knows his family or something. And, you know, he's the Al Gore of Italy, basically. So right then, Sensi removed him right then. We didn't even know what happened. So that was pretty much a sure shot that he was that person, you know.
So what position does Al Gore hold in American politics?
Well, what I take from that is, you know, people that push climate change and
liberal sort of movements, like,
yeah, it has to be climate change. If someone says Al Gore of anywhere, it has to be climate change.
Global warming.
Yep.
Well, I still didn't understand 24 hours, man. I didn't get it, man. But I can. You keep saying to him it's because people around the world listen and fucking. Yeah. I get that.
I think it's cool, dude. If there was if Google, and I actually think they're quitting Hangouts. Like
25th April.
Really, yeah. April. Wow. So
I thought it was sooner.
Really.
That keeps coming up, reminding me every time I start a hangout. It keeps reminding me in the corner. A wee bubble comes up saying, "This ends on April 25th." This app.
But you can still go on if you got a PlayStation, though, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If I had people on my PlayStation friends list, they could have joined my party, and we could still speak on my broadcast whilst I was playing. I could just pause my broadcast, and we could still hear everyone's voice, but it's through PlayStation. It's nothing to do with Google. But I think you could do, is it like XSplit? Maybe it's another encoder or something that you'll have to use, kind of like these XSplits and other things. What do you think, Tim?
Those need to be connected to a server that's going to stream it. So people will either go to Twitch or, you know, maybe they'll have another app in place of it, because they do have a gaming kind of Hangouts app as well.
Oh, right. Aye.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're completely trashing it, but I wouldn't doubt it, because, man, the amount of bandwidth and data that goes through these Hangouts, mostly people doing 24-hour podcasts, I can't imagine how much bandwidth that is to have people talking with no latency for 24 hours, like, you know, 7 days a week.
I suppose. Yeah, I suppose why would they introduce this new super chat if they were just going to shut it all down?
True. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but they're not gonna. If they shut it down, even Globebusters ain't gonna be able to go, are they? So they got to find another avenue to make money. If they're not making money, like they make money once a week, and it costs them money to make money because they got to buy views. So if they can't upload a video, you have to pay to chat. I mean,
they could still literally record a Skype session with XSplit, like Jed is talking about, and upload it as a video. And if they wanted a chat, you know, I wouldn't doubt that Jaren would put some kind of, you know, live shit on his website with a chat. So they might have to kind of
You can
congregate
do it
over
through
there.
Skype as well. Can you not?
Yeah, but not really live. I mean, unless you're actually having a Skype conversation and then XSplit or OBS
And
on top of it.
if they do that from Skype, then people will know about their views, but they'll never know about the live audience. So it's going to make it harder. If you're going to debunk that, the numbers and the people in the chat now would be the time to do it before it gets to this super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if he had to go to his website, you would see a drastic drop of viewers. But most of all, the Globers probably wouldn't go over there to go get their IP address doxed, you know, from his own website and stuff. So, you know, you're going to see probably 200 people if that's what's going to happen, in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll see what Hangouts has in store.
Well, according to them, they got 100,000, but I don't believe that. And even if they do, in reality, you got to look at it. We got billions of people beside us. So either way, because you go tell 10 people on the street in real life that the earth is flat, and they're going to think you're crazy. And I know
there is something to it, though. There is something to it, though, that Jed and I kind of pointed out last night about how people have belief in the globe and aren't able to actually justify it. And that would probably be 90% of the people that even believe in the globe. They
Mm-hmm.
couldn't tell you anything besides NASA's pictures, or they couldn't tell you anything. So this
catch them off guard. Like that's the thing. And I've done it myself, man. I'm almost, as a flat earther, I've almost been trained that way. You know what I mean? To ask questions to people that are fucked up questions that I know they're not going to be able to answer on the spot, or at least I don't think they're going to be able to.
Because you were there yourself.
That's a question that I already have a backup answer for whichever way they go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? In reality, all I'm doing is fucking with that person's mind.
Well, that's how you understand how they think, because you were there. You were thinking like them.
But really, they train me to brainwash other people. But meanwhile, I'm only brainwashing myself because I'm the only idiot accepting it.
Right.
Do you get that? Like, I'm only brainwashing myself because I didn't convince nobody the earth is fucking flat, man. So who am I brainwashing? What fucking techniques did they teach me, man?
No very good ones anyway, mate.
That's what it boiled for me, man. Like, honestly, like, because I've never turned no one to a flat earther. Never. I've told lots of people about it. I've passed out flyers. Lots of people I've told about it, man. Lots. But
so what do you think most people thought when you walked away from them? Being like sort of truthful to yourself, like what do you think they were actually thinking as you walked away?
They should have been fucking nicer to me. Maybe answered my questions. I had to be a flat earther in order for them to answer my questions anyway. That's the way it goes. You don't get to open an account and go into these flat earth fucking chats and fucking ask questions and they give you an answer. They want to know who you are, what religion you are, what do you believe in? Do you believe in NASA? Do you believe they went to the moon? You only asking a simple question and they're asking you 20.
Yeah,
right.
they have the what I call the conspiracy
criteria
litmus test, and the litmus test goes basically: do you believe that 19 Saudi Arabians flew planes into 9/11? So they're literally picking your brain on what conspiracies you believe to qualify you for later conversation.
And I think one of that criteria is the Jew thing as well. I think like if you don't think Jews are running the world, you're part of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to
maybe
Zionism.
Zionism's by all races. I was saying, like, if you listen to Bob Marley or like Rastafarianism, if you listen to Bob Marley's music, it's totally Zionistic. It's like Zion and the lion and Babylon, and he's singing about Zionism, and Zionism's not just for Jewish people. Zionism's by every race. You know what I mean? They believe in Zionism.
Isn't he talking about Mount Zion? Isn't that like a biblical or something? Rastafarian
when he's singing a lion and Zion. Lion and Zion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he's talking about, but really, if you're listening to most of his music, man, then you realise when you look at his background and that he wasn't a fully kind Jamaican. He was actually he was a bit Jewish and stuff like that. Like Jesus, man, it's like a lot of people say it's all the Jews, but it's like you don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sorry, there's some pro trolls in the chat right now. There's Chode Laban and Flat Earth, another hot chode.
I thought you were Chode Laban.
No, dude. There's so many pro trolls on YouTube, man. They make me laugh.
It's good because I guess ready the PC sensitive people. There's people say this is why I put moderators on the first time, because somebody turned around and went, oh, there's people trolling the chat, and I was like, well, just ignore the chat. We're on a hangout, just ignore it. No, but no one can speak. No one, and it was because conspiracy mystic was like, I'm leaving, I can't make a comment, and then Jay Dreamer went, this is too much. I was like, fair enough, I'll make a moderator. It's like, but then I realized that these are the people I probably didn't want in the chat anyway. It's like, true. I should have just left the trolls in. But you're right with the litmus and the criteria. You have to, like, it's not just flat Earth. You have to believe all the other bullshit that goes along with it, and it's getting a bigger list. It's kind of do you believe in the lunar eclipse? Rahu and stuff like that. You have to believe in one of these things, or you're believing in the proper heliocentric version of lunar eclipse. You have to believe in Rahu or some celestial, or like the black sun. Oh, there's a black sun, and it's just more mumbo jumbo, just to fill in the gaps for them. It's just they need to find stuff to fill in the answers.
Two suns. Martin thinks there's two suns. Dustin Galloway thinks there's two suns.
Why?
I don't know. Two suns, dude. I thought it was crazy myself. No idea.
Well, you have to have that to believe in the flat Earth.
Maybe that works on the model. I don't know, man, but I just think it's ridiculous. And they get me crazy with these fucking chemtrails. They drive Martin coughing and saying he's chemtrail sick, and
oh no, man.
Yeah, PK was on talking. He literally like had a duping delight smile when he said, "Yeah, there's like these chemtrails," and then he was talking about like there's spider webs falling down.
I've heard the spider shit before, man. Oh,
dude, did you guys see the video I put up with him with his pictures from 1 year? Look at the difference in his face and him, how he carries himself now after 1 year of flat Earth, man.
I think mentally he feels. I think mentally he feels probably more confident, but physically he's maybe deteriorated a wee bit.
He's losing the race, man. He's losing the race. You can see it all over him, man. Like flat Earth really does. It is a disease, and it does have side effects, man. He's an example.
Have you ever succumbed to any of the side effects?
Honestly, dude, I have to admit to it.
Like sleep deprivation, like eating patterns maybe fucked up a bit, because I have, because of this shit.
No matter what, when you're not thinking
this shit as well in my life. I'm trying to fit this into my everyday life as well, so it's taking its toll.
16 or 18 hours a day on YouTube at a time, and I've done that. I've pulled all-nighters, gone 36 hours, man, just nonstop, and it's not healthy for you, man. You don't eat right, you don't sleep right, and eventually you're not thinking right.
Imagine if you went on a flat Earth hangout and they actually said that, like, here guys, I'd only recommend you watching this for maybe an hour. Turn it on tomorrow, watch it for an hour, and just take it easy because it's not good for you guys. And imagine that. Imagine how refreshing that would be if like you had people like that on these hangouts.
Yeah, have a little taste, have a little dabble.
Aye. What do you think, Tim? What's flat Earth done to you? Turned you into a monster?
No. It's done tons. It's time to put down the kid toys for me though. One of these days. But yeah, I've learned a lot about myself, and it wasn't exactly the flat Earth as 100% as the catalyst, but a lot of it had to do with it being in the conspiracy realm and me being so infatuated with conspiracy. So with me even thinking that the Earth is flat after, you know, basically 2 weeks of research I did. That's when I was like,
I've
that's
noticed
when the
I've
whole
noticed a big change in
transformation
you, man.
started.
I've
What's
noticed
up?
a big change in you, like even the way you speak. Like I remember your earlier videos, like you seemed like that sort of surfer type guy. Can you sit there with your baggy weed and go, "Hey
Yeah.
guys, I've got a message for you." And it's like,
Yeah,
it's
I
like-
was
and
I
to
was a
me,
total drunk
and
there, dude.
well, to me,
Total
it was
drunk.
like I was like I couldn't figure out this character, but over the months and I'm listening to you, and you've changed yourself. Even your confidence can your belief. You now you're confident in your beliefs, and there's nobody that can really argue you down, really, because you're now fully equipped, like fully.
Yeah, I can justify my belief, and if people want to call the globe a belief, then sure, it
And
is
it's
a belief.
solid.
But
It's solid.
it's
And they
the
can argue
empirical
it.
evidence goes with it. Yeah.
It's hard to argue with that. And you can't argue with it, but it's pure philosophical, like the old cathexis stuff.
Yeah, I'm done
Even
with
as
that
a
nonsense.
I got sent a link one time to one of your videos, Tim. It was one where you went on some beach and you had your bike and you laid out like a blueprint.
Yeah.
And I was like, from that moment on, I started making accounts. 'Cause I never impersonated nobody. Like I wouldn't pretend to be Glowbusters or Patricia Steer and go and do shit. But I could speak freely then. Freely, and I didn't have to worry about being criticized for what I was thinking. You know, that's what I learned from that video. For
Same
me,
with me. When I seen the kind of videos, when I heard people calling Tim a troll, when I seen these videos, I thought, well, that's somebody else that's seen the same shit I'm seeing, and this is the real.
Yeah, that was weird. That one of the, I mean, it's weird how I do have a name in the Flat Earth Society. Like
you're famous
I made one.
in Flat Earth.
Yeah,
Not
I
on
made one
YouTube.
video. I made one video on 4/1 of last year by a beach, and just talked for like 25 minutes, and it had like 2,000 or 3,000 views within a few days, and I was just like, what? Why are people listening to me?
Because I think people, like I said, people didn't want to hear these NASA fanboys speaking on a massive, like, the terminology they use. Like you said, word salads. Like, you can't use word salads on flat earthers. You have to be concise and clear. You can't use all these fancy mathematics. You can't use NASA. You have to go down to that level. And we know what that level is now, guys. We know it. So there's no point in us arguing stuff we know they can't understand. We need to know what we could understand easily and what's obvious, what's fucking obvious. Like the Star Trails is the most obvious fucking thing, guys. That must kill it for, like, you can't even invent a Rahu to fucking fit that shit in. It's obvious, man. And I didn't even know the Star Trails. Like, even when it took me about 7 months into Flat Earth to realize about the Star Trails, to even realize that they rotate differently in different hemispheres. And I felt like an idiot for not knowing that.
Well, it's because
when you waved your arms that night, when you waved your arms both forward and then you tilted yourself, and I'm here by myself doing that, and I'm like, holy fuck.
Do you know where I heard that? I heard that from, what was her name? Her that done the free chan, Yvette, and she was saying that was how she justified how the Star Trails worked on Flat Earth. She says if you just do that with your arms, and she was using her perspective, and I says to her, you've just debunked yourself using that. She says you've done a perfect example of how the Star Trails do work, but you need to position yourself on the end of your fingertip, not be the head in the middle. Do you get what I mean? So she was the one that gave me the idea for that, and she actually hit the nail on the head. But for the other way around, she was like, I'm a maths major. I know. I didn't care. You just debunked yourself there.
Well, the thing was, to me, when I was watching you do it on the screen, I could see it, but I couldn't see it. You know, I'm like, what? I felt like I was like it was an exercise video or something. I was mocking you behind, and I was like, holy fuck, man. And then I showed my wife. I'm like, do you see this? Like, fuck, man. Like, how could something so stupid take 2 years to see?
But I was in the same position. I was like, I could stand and look at the North Stars and think, well, how does that work in the South? I didn't really know. I didn't fucking know. I was so ignorant to it, man.
But how many people watched your hangout and seen you do that and never listened to you or just never even tried it?
I think quite a few people probably tried it and thought, yeah, that proves flat Earth.
Everything proves flat Earth.
Well, the thing about flat Earth is that it's an echo chamber. So what these people learn are videos that say flat Earth in them, and a lot of things from Globebusters. So that is one thing that John LeBon did point out about Globebusters and Bobby, Cross-eyed Bobby, is that one week they said that all the star trails going one way, and then the next week they said they go the other way, and it was just like a footnote, and no one really
clicked.
Yeah, it didn't click or anything, and yeah, I mean, really, truthfully, for it to even be a debate about star trails and what direction they are in or whatever is really a testament to the flat Earth knowledge and the flat Earth charlatans, because they can't explain it, and you do need some metaphysical concept to get it explained. So that's why we got people like Cathexis that will be great for Jeranism to create more ad hoc excuses.
But wouldn't you, if you supported a group, like if they couldn't explain, if you supported this group and you were giving money to it, and suddenly they've got a question, they can't explain it, wouldn't you harass them until they could explain it, or stop supporting them until they could explain this thing that goes against everything they believe?
Well, they mystify everything, so they'll just say it doesn't debunk the flat Earth, and then you'll have Snorgile on going,
like just say it was like a racist. just say it was like a white supremacist group, and they were saying, we're different, we're a different species," and then somebody goes, but wait a minute, there's been tests that say we're all the same, and they just went, and just ignored that. We can't explain that. You go, wait a minute, is this movement or whatever? Is this I'm saying white, but I'm saying any group, if there's such you would harass them. You say, no, explain it, or I'm out of this. Because if you can explain why we're all the same, I'm out of this. You know what I mean? It's like
flat Earth. Big Boys Boxing just said FEBC is a perfect example of an average cool guy who got caught up in the flat Earth BS, but he was willing to open his eyes and think for himself, unlike most flat Earthers. And this is a good point that I would like to point out. A lot of people like Dell, when the question's asked, will he ever figure out, what will he do? With the actions that he's taken with the straight dogmatist approach, if he ever does figure it out, I would assume that he would disappear, because there are people that have. If you look at like my perspective, he's completely gone, and there are others that were putting out flat Earth work that are just gone. Because
it's good that you highlight that, because many, like you said, how many people like Glenn have came out and said, I'm a flat Earth, then a year later, a year and a half later, 2 years, whatever it is, he's been out and said, do you know what, I think this is bullshit. How many flat Earthers have done that? That's rare. That is
you got people. I don't know if you listen to that NASA insider chat that I had the other day, but you got people like Adam Moyer. I don't know if you've ever talked with him. He's a total straight dude, and he fell for the flat Earth bullshit, and he's the same way. I mean, he was. Oh,
that's the guy who was in Tiger Dan's video. In his Tiger Dan's last or second to last video, he had you in there, Tim, and I believe that Adam Moyer guy.
Oh wow, I'll have to look at that again. It's been so long that Tiger Dan's been gone. I mean, that's a crazy one. He had the most subscribers of anyone at one point that was pitching flat Earth. He had about 56,000, if I remember correctly. And he was obviously on YouTube for a long time doing like religious stuff. So, he was pretty big. And for him to his debunks, those videos were garbage that he came out with, first of all. Supposedly debunking the flat Earth or whatever. But he did realize, with actually using distances of, this is another example of evidence that Dell should be able to take in the flight paths and the times and the distances. So he won't adopt a model, and so he doesn't want to conceptualize those points, because really, no matter how you split up the flat Earth map, those flights are going to be really like almost twice the distance. So
if you put Dell on one of those flights, I don't care. His excuse would be, I don't have a GPS and I don't know where the fuck they're taking me. They got an answer for everything.
Well, I remember when they first sprung up that point about the Southern flights, and when they said, "Oh, these flights are fake," and they showed a couple of images of flights that didn't make sense, and I kind of thought, well, there's no argument. I can't prove either or either, and I kind of just brushed that away, the Southern flights. But when I look back on it, that was me being ignorant again. I should have looked more into that point. Like, Southern flights just don't work on flat Earth, and they do exist.
Pete Shea just said Diger Tan was paid $125,000 by MI6 to infiltrate the flat Earth truth movement.
Oh, he's such a slave of that Pete Shea, man. Oh God.
I hope he was paid. I do. I hope he was, because that means he's in some fucking hotel with two crack whores laughing at us all. I hope he was paid off, and that's why he left. I
don't think people are paid in this. I think there's opportunists in this,
and that's what
there are opportunists, dude. But there's a fine line, because I think this is some kind of operation, and if it's a government operation, that's one thing, or it could be some kind of PR.
No, when I say opportunist, I mean it's an opportunity for maybe like certain groups, like we were saying earlier, like anarchists. What if there is an anarchist sort of cult movement rising, and they're trying to bring in people, and they're adopting the same stuff that flat Earth is, like anti-Semitism and all the rest of it that kind of tick the boxes with flat Earth as well, veganism as well. Can you see these sort of things getting pushed?
It's like the new age conspiracy crowd. Like, a lot of the younger kids and stuff are falling into it as well, I think.
Do you not think there is like a new agey sort of feel to it?
Oh, there absolutely is. What, Glenn?
Even these big flat earthers, they want you to think that they're fighting and shit. There's no in-house fighting with them. Like, even ODD, man, like, that guy comes out like he's a hero because he makes music, and I ain't taking nothing from his music, but he comes out in a video and says, well, Patricia and Mark, they suck in Orphan Red, but anybody that has a problem with Earth-FEVBC got a problem with him. So it's like, they never take anything from them. Even when you think they're giving you something good, they're slapping you in the head, each and every one of them. It's so planned out. Everything they do is connected somehow. You're
right. It's hard to find a good, legitimate flat Earth top brass that isn't connected to one or the other. Can somebody out there? They all seem to be affiliated with each other. You could join them all up. If you put all their faces on a board, you could say, well, he's speaking, they're sort of joined with him. And you go back round in a big circle, probably.
Well, you know how small it is, because you can make a new account tomorrow and disguise your voice and say what a nice person Jaren is, and see how fast that he comes to respond to you. That's how small it is.
Well, he's all like, when they're all over, guys, like, have you heard that Jamie Brown? Like, he's a tiny channel, and they're in the chats, and these channels getting like Dell, and these guys are pulling thousands. I heard Dell got 20,000 views, by the way, on one of his videos.
Fuck.
20,000.
From the Eric-FEVBC, probably.
I think maybe because Eric-FEVBC shared that,
At least now, dude. I'm sure it's way more by now. I'll check.
That's massive red flags, man.
They're all starting to cooperate, though, because it is dying, and then now with the whole paying and stuff, it's a total circus. But
so we'll think about this, guys. Imagine if we weren't doing this shit that we're doing. Who would be?
Not many. Earth Discussions is very vile to these people. So
I know, but that's what I was saying earlier, that you need to go to a certain level. You can't be the way they are.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like there's a certain level you have to approach this flat Earth stuff and the people within it, and it's not the way Earth Discussions and the way they speak. It's so patronizing. They're intelligent guys, there's no doubt about that, but you can't hit people with these over-intelligent word salad shit all the time. It just doesn't work. And John LeBon's kind of like, he's a result of that. He's a smart guy, and some people can just see through that shit. They want to be spoken to at the same level, and it's like, And when you try and pull the smarty pants shit, it just doesn't work with some people. And
I don't think it's
discussions
ever
fill
going to
them.
be debunked, though. Because they keep putting that in videos, it's debunked, but I've not really seen too much debunked because it never goes viral. Like, in my mind, it's debunked, but it's not, because there's still how many people believe it, you know? I just wish, honestly, I hope something happens. I don't care what. I don't care if there's flat earthers that start fucking suiciding. I really don't care. Whatever they do, and it's going to drag it down, and YouTube just shut it down. Completely shut everybody down.
That would make it explode, man.
You know, or whatever, man. These crazy Americans going with guns, that's what we need. And then it'll stop. Once it becomes a topic, whoever the sources will shut it down. Like, that's what it is. Because, you know, if we weren't here, us three making a heat about these people, who would be here? Well, probably nobody, because most people on the ball don't really give a fuck. They think this is a retarded, crazy idea to begin with.
Uh-huh.
So to me, it's like, you know, I'm with you guys on how much time we want to spend, and I really want to see it go down. But when is it going to go down? You know,
Look,
I'm with
to see this. Hold on. To see the top flat earther, basically Eric Dubé, put out Dell, his video, have 23K video, or, you know, views already. All these people are hopping on it, loving it, or whatever. You know, if Dell gets really big, you know, bigger because of this, and they go over to his channel, it's only gonna get worse for the flat earth, dude, you know, because Dell has terrible arguments, and if anybody goes and does what he's doing on the street, I mean, I don't know if Eric is doing that on purpose or what, but I mean, can you imagine what this is probably gonna do?
I think you're right. The bigger he gets, the more heat he'll get from more people coming in with more questions, like yourself. You've just started it. You're just one of many that will probably come in now and say, "Wait a minute, and put him on the spot with arguments that he'll not have a wee." Because you notice quite a lot with Dell now. He's got a wee notepad down the left hand side of him. You see the eyes going down, and he looks, and he's got his notes there. He's got his mantra.
Yeah.
Getting into
his rhetoric all written down and ready, and his mantras. Yep.
And he's got that guy that sits. I'm not sure if he's always sitting in the shed with him, but there is another dude with him. Like, this is like a
shadow.
This is a team.
Shadow.
Aye, man. This is a teamwork. This is not just one guy.
That's what I was talking about last night, Jed. He has a pal in the flat earth, and that was kind of a theory that I was thinking, that he literally, that's probably why he's so dogmatic, is he literally has a real life friend that is a flat earther and has been his, you know, guy all around.
Mentor.
Yeah. So a lot of these people, like I said last night, don't have that, and they're just basically internet based, you know, and coming to the community through these live chats and hangouts and such. So yeah, I think that might be a difference.
I think another thing that Dell, like we were saying yesterday, gives the flat earth is, through the whole 2 years we've been in flat earth, there's no one been as like aggressive as Dell, flat earth wise. Can you think of another flat earther that has been as aggressive, apart from Daniel Pratt? Maybe Daniel Pratt, but there's no one really came close to Dell's aggressiveness. And we've not seen Daniel Pratt on the street either.
But even people, big mouths like Dan Pratt or me, we've really done nothing but sit and scream. Really, in reality, Dell actually hit the streets. So if Dell hit the streets and did what he's doing, and Patricia and Nathan and Eric Dubé and all these people didn't share what he's doing, that makes them look bad. But if Dell becomes the next person, you're right, Tim, people could just walk all over him. You're absolutely, I truly believe that. And I truly believe the more money they make people pay to see their shit, the less they're going to get.
So what we're saying here, that the way to end this is by making it big.
But even the potatoes and Eric Dubé, they're only going to let Dell get as big as they want him to get. They can pull that fucking carpet out from him.
I think Dell's the kind of character that'll say, "Now wait a minute, user can." I think he'll go his own way if he feels that they're keeping him sort of restricted. I think he feels he's not going to be a backpedaler for Patricia Steer and Nathan Oakley. He wants to be one of the big ones. There's no doubt about that. You can see that he's driven that way, man.
It's small town where he comes from, and if he's really not a flat earther, if he won't admit to it and screaming flat earth, then it tells me, man, maybe he's paid. And money talks. Money talks, man.
But I just didn't see how he could be paid, man, because you can practically see where he lives and what he does and shit. You know what I mean? It's like you can see his lifestyle and that. He doesn't look like a paid shill. Same with kind of like Martin. Like when you look at Martin, he's not paid shill, man.
No, I don't think so. He's played, not paid.
Well, maybe everyone's played, man.
Dude, hey, somebody just said in chat, has Del been on a Flat Earth Potato Show? I could see that coming in the future if he hasn't already.
Nah, he's hinted at that, by the way, in the past.
Yeah, because she's always in the chat, and Tom Foolery also just said that he might make a As the Potato Turns with Del, and I'm like, dude, please do that, please. That would be so amazing.
As the Potato Turns.
Tom Foolery is quite good. I quite like his stuff, man.
I like that too, man. It's funny.
But weekend there's still quite a few. But see, what was crazy last night when John LeBon came on? I felt like a normie, man.
Yeah, he'll do that to you. He's all over that Pete Shea style clues forum shit. And I think I pretty much laid it out for the audience last night that I call him a skeptical empiricist. So basically he's going to be skeptical about anything that he can't prove with his own senses. So these things that are basically physically impossible for a human to achieve, like going to a star and figuring out its composition. Yeah. You literally, your logic will never get any further than that.
It's primitive, though. That's a primitive way to think.
It's almost, I guess you could almost argue that it is on the path to know as much as you can, like actually know empirically.
Mm-hmm.
But some things do have to take a little bit of faith, a little bit of belief. And if you don't believe it, then see if you can go to these places and go see how they do it and see the equipment and look at it, you know.
Try and get decent testimonies, decent, like good ones that you think are genuine. Then you don't have to experience everything, as long as you can get decent testimonies and build it up. And it still doesn't have to be totally true, but you still can believe that more than something else because you've seen or heard someone that's actually experienced it themselves or studied it for 20 years, because not everyone's got the time to do studying geology and stuff for like 20 years. So it's handy to have these people to go and ask them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what would the world be if we couldn't?
Ask the professionals, man. And if really they're really that indoctrinated and you have one, you know, the upper hand or whatever, then maybe you'll come out and have better arguments. But hey, you mind if I invite Ed, Upside Down Head?
On you go, mate. I'm going to run this for another 15 minutes, mate. I'm going to shut down in 4, but he's more than welcome to come in, man. 15 minutes, mate.
Even as that flat Earth map that they got, they're trying to sell a model, but I mean, and we all know nothing works on it. But I find it interesting that there's some flat earthers that are pro. They believe there's a dome. Some flat earthers believe there's more than one puddle. Like, you know, I find it interesting that anything goes. Even if you don't know, you can just make it up and say, well, I think there's 2 domes, or I think it's a square box. That's okay. You're still one of us.
But in a way, when you look at the atmosphere, it is a dome. It's an atmosphere. It's a dome all the way around. In a way, it is a dome.
Yeah, I mean, with the you know, the bad word G, the gravity word, it actually holding down the atmosphere on the Earth. It kind of is a dome, but it's more of a pressure gradient, and that's what they don't understand. That's one of their main arguments. How can a vacuum be attached to a non-vacuum? It's not. It's actually a large pressure gradient going up many, many miles. So it's not. It's just a bad argument. And when he tries to say, you know, about pressure and that there's a dome,
like you say, it's gradient. It's like it gets thinner and thinner and thinner. It's not like a sudden brick wall.
Yeah. And when he says, you know, he thinks that there's a dome, and it's like, well, that argument's bad too, because there's no example of some kind of container here on Earth that has a pressure gradient that we know the Earth has. So, you know, he wants people to model the globe Earth. Well, I want him to model, you know, fill up some jar or whatever with whatever you want, and see if you can get a pressure gradient, you know, like the Earth has. What's up, Ed?
How would
What's
you
going on,
accomplish that? How you doing, Ed?
Well, I was just spinning one up when you guys fucking sent that shit. I'm like, damn. Perfect timing.
Nice. What were you gonna say, Jed? How could you do that?
How could you replicate what Dell's talking about?
Well, what Dell's talking about is absolutely impossible. Obviously, the mass of the Earth, you don't really have to believe in Cavendish, but you can kind of just know if you've ever traveled across the Earth. It's very big, and so it has a large amount of mass. So, I mean, that is science's explanation for gravity pulling everything down towards the center. So it, you know, for for us to make something, and this is the thing, you can't make it on Earth because obviously you're affected by Earth's gravity, you know, and it's pulling straight down. So that's why when he does his really scientific-y science experiment, pouring water onto a ball, he's like, why isn't it sticking to the ball? Well, that's part of science. That's part of natural science. You don't have to believe in gravity, but that is the excuse. So if you want to debunk gravity, you're going to actually have to put some scientific paper together and actually debunk it properly. Now, he would, you know, ideally go up in space with a large object, but even things up in space like the ISS and stuff are not void of the Earth's gravity. They're being pulled down, but they're going fast enough to always basically be going around the Earth. So it, you know, it's just it's impossible under the standards in which we live in, the reality we live in. So you know, he doesn't have to believe in all that stuff, but it's just impossible for someone to recreate that. And the thing is it's like you're even talking about a water molecule. You know, why isn't it sticking to my ball? Well, you can't scale up a water molecule and you can't scale it down. So it is what it is on Earth, as it is in the ocean on the Earth, as it is on the ball. You know, you can't scale it down or up. So
I seems to think that an ocean is the same as a pond. Like it's got the same movements and the same like oceans are obviously always moving. They're always they're affected by tides and the currents and you can't really compare that an ocean to a pond, can you? The only thing resembling the same is it's water.
Yeah, a lot of things that other people don't take into consideration also is fluid has fluid dynamics, and by fluid dynamics I mean like mercury stays together, right? We know that it follows itself around. Yeah, it's magnetized, but so salt water to some extent. Okay, so when you put water on a ball, some of the water does stick to the ball. Even if you stick your finger inside of a drink and hold it up upside down, you know what I mean? It's still stuck to your finger because there's that whole property of cohesion. And then if you put it out over a long distance over a long distance, I mean, water's going to run together, and at some point in time, the water will well up on the edge when it can't go any further, and it'll be higher than flat. You know what I mean? And people don't take that into consideration when considering essentially the entire Earth is covered in water. You know? So cohesion's another factor on top of gravity, but
well, I said that to him before. I said that if I dropped a golf ball in a pond and I pulled it out the pond, the ball would be wet. And the golf ball's got dimples on it, and each little dimple will probably have a little puddle inside it, and like that's water in a ball. That's water conforming to a shape. Right. Maybe it's not the exact. I'm not replicating Earth, but it is water sticking to a shape, a ball.
Right, and it can work like that too. And that completely, essentially, just defunks the argument if you really think about it. Now, it might not be gravity that's holding that in there, but it could be cohesion that's holding it in there. Now, if you think the entire planet is water for the most part, well, there's a whole lot of cohesion going on. You don't even need gravity to an extent. You know what I mean? The water's going to stick to itself. Where the fuck else is it going to go? Like
bubbles are interesting. You think of bubbles when you blow a bubble.
Or water droplets or waves. You know, when someone says water is flat, it's just completely fallacious. It's just one of the most ridiculous arguments. And you know, even really on the microscopic level, if you put it in a bathtub, you know, one of his arguments, it wouldn't be flat even at that. You know,
It's
it's
more
just
malleable than anything, really. Water, it's the most malleable like substance, really. Kind of throw it around, and it's going to go everywhere and splash and go in a curve, and
it's weird because you can't pressurize it too. It's a weird cohesion of molecules.
Cool. I heard him saying that he's seen a picture of the Earth without the oceans, and it looked like his football that he put a dent in it. Can the football he put a dent in? Have you seen the photograph of Earth without oceans? It does. It looks like a potato a bit. It's
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. Where it's all fucking mangled and screwy looking.
Well, we were making fun of his example of a dented football, and now he's trying to justify. He's like, without the oceans, it looks like my football. It looks like it. It's like, oh god.
He laughs.
Yeah, I just wish he would come up with better arguments. But really, at this point, like I said, you know, with Dubé, you know,
supporting him,
having all these flatties come on and say, "Wow, this is great work" or whatever. Like they're gonna go over there and listen to this literally like dogmatic, like fundamentalist guy that has like this just complete rhetoric and absolute nonsense
could
to
this
say.
be the birthday of Rising Star?
Yeah, I think so, bro. I really do, because he has
he's not going anywhere,
dude. He's preaching, man. He's literally, he has his rhetoric and his mantras,
hardcore,
and
man.
it literally gets to people though. It gets them fired up, and that's kind of, you can't get that with fucking Mark Sargent or Patty Steer. I'm sorry,
because Mark Sargent and that's weak, Ken. They've got that weak, even the
weak
attitude,
personality,
and he's strong, and he's and all these weak people watching him are like, they want him to speak for them, Ken. Like he epitomizes what they want for strength and Ken for a voice, and they don't see it in people like Nathan Oakley because they're too effeminate. They're too effeminate.
That reminds me of John LeBlanc on Bob the Effeminate continuously, dude.
He does that just because he knows Bob will probably hear this as well.
Yeah.
But I think he does. He represents like the alpha male that it's been missing for Flat Earth. No one's represented Flat Earth. It's mostly been alpha males attacking Flat Earth. So.
We actually have Jeff Stewart in the chat. I would like to point out, people are bringing up the engine, and again, he's defending himself. No shit. Been writing all my life and never saw anything about them talking about that.
Take it easy, Calvin.
Yeah. Hey, actually, Jeffrey, since you are in the chat, can you let all the people in the chat know that you completely fabricated a video to make yourself look good in front of the Flat Earth community? Can you go ahead and do that? Because that would be actually pretty manly of you, because we both know, buddy, that you didn't do any of that. All right, so just go ahead and admit it, Jeffrey, since you're in the chat.
He copyrighted me 4 times in one day. They don't fight fair, man.
What a pussy. Yeah, actually, yeah, I think Earth Sweetheart copyrighted Yvette one time or something. I forget. There's so many clones of this.
We could take down literally if we wanted to, but then what would we do? We'd
right?
have no
that's what I got worried about, that YouTube hero fucking thing that was going around. Like, I'm still waiting for the just swats of fucking SJWs to come around and shutting channels down.
I heard about that. YouTube heroes.
They pay people to flag videos and report things.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
I thought that was a start when I started seeing that Nightbot. I was getting suspicious. I've seen this thing called Nightbot in the chat, and I was like, is that automated or is that a person? And I thought that was the start of maybe just YouTube putting somebody in the chat just to monitor it.
Fuck, it's possible. I don't know.
What do you think about that, Tim? Because you've seen that Nightbot thing, yeah?
Yeah, it's something that you can set up with your channel, and it will you can kind of command it and program it basically. But then there's sock accounts, like I think Jamie even has a sock account that looks like it Nightbot, and there's other ones that go on, so it gets confusing.
I've seen Daybot as well, like Nightbot, Daybot. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, I have
Daytime,
I have a
sexy, sexy
daytime,
bot.
night. Yeah, Ed knows him, dude. Hell yeah. That's funny.
It's
So
weird now. I'm like, I know like different trolls just by like their style, and like I'm like, oh, that's David Quintana, this fucking channel. I'm like, oh, this is definitely Tim because the name is like fucking 3 sentences long. I'm like, all right.
So where do you stand, Ed, on all this mess?
Well, what in particular?
And well, the shape for starters.
Shape of the Earth, it's more than likely round to an extent. I have my reservations about
That's
NASA
good, man.
garbage,
It's always
but
good
I'm
to have
not.
reservations, but
Yeah,
I gotta jump in and say round. Flat Earth is round. So do you mean a ball or do you mean round?
Roundish.
Roundish. All right, that's
It's gotta be round in some shape or form. I don't see how the star trails work otherwise. But furthermore, on top of that, I'm pretty loud about where I stand against NASA stuff. But yeah, I don't discard science as a whole. Just essentially just science and theory.
So do you believe this first moon landing happened, man?
No.
That's good, man. That's good. That's somebody else. Like that. Next time Jeremy's on, like, have you got a strong case why you don't think they landed?
Oh, I got plenty of cases. There's plenty of reasons why that shit didn't happen the way they said it did, if it happened at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most strongest one is it takes all 3 stages to burn to get into orbit or whatever, and to get out of orbit, you have to do that slingshot thing to get to the moon. It took 3 days to get there, 3 days to get back, but they had no gas. So how do they get the speed to make the trip an equidistant there to and fro at the same amount of time? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Cool.
So
the first mission away from the world, they wouldn't be playing golf.
Right. And I saw the other day there was what skiing looks like in 0G. I'm like, these motherfuckers brought ski poles and skis to the ISS. I'm like, what the fuck?
So what about the ISS, man? What do you think is going on up there?
I have no idea.
There is something flying about up there, eh?
Yeah, there's definitely something up there. Does it go in the speed that they claim it is? If people are getting clear pictures, then no, there's no fucking way it could be. But if people are getting like blurry pictures, then I could see some like type of credibility to it. But I've seen people get pictures that are just like crisp, and this thing is going 17,005 at least.
Well, camera speeds nowadays, can you get the fast shutters that can really capture things that are really moving quickly?
Well, yeah, I do photography as well, so I'm well familiar with it. But it goes faster than a bullet, and I don't think my camera will pick up. I don't think any camera, for that matter, unless it's getting like, I don't know, probably like 1,000 frames a second, is going to catch something moving the speed of a bullet.
So you think it could be lower?
I just think it could be slower, and not exactly
slower.
There's something up there. People have taken pictures of it. You know what I mean? You could track it, shit like that. I don't know what the fuck it is though.
I'm kind of the same. I'm like, I know there's something up there, but
it goes very fast, and the lower, slower thing is what I've brought up before is what it could do, but I just don't see that as plausible. People like Bukaki Pies, he's made videos, obviously catching pretty good glimpses of it, and he could probably tell you how the difficulty he had in achieving that.
Oh, it would have to be stupid difficult. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it is what they say it is, because I have my reservations about, the limited proof or limited anything that even proves that anything gets up there. You know what I mean? Like I've hopped on about unedited footage and how it doesn't exist and how good science would almost require that. And when it comes to depressurizing the ISS, they've been space stations have been up there for 40, 50 years almost, and you've never seen somebody with a camera live on the outside into the fucking decompression chamber, then back into the regular, into the module, or vice versa. There's cameras everywhere. And I'm like, that doesn't make a lick of sense to me.
I
And,
wonder how much video that you've watched though, because
I've watched
anytime that like
a lot.
Mark Sargent or somebody brings up these things, like why hasn't an astronaut been outside and looked with 180 pan, and you ask somebody, can you find that
But
video,
that
and they
happened.
find it in like 2 minutes.
That happened. No, I've seen that video where
Oh,
they
that's
say,
so
where they like,
sexy, dude.
they
The
laugh.
GoPro?
They're like, flat Earth is debunked or whatever. It's like in the video. You know what I mean?
Oh no,
Like
I'm
it's like
talking
a
about
fragment.
I'm talking about like a beautiful new one with a GoPro. It
Yeah, it's
it
like the Russian
looks
cosmonauts or something.
was it?
They're doing work out there, like the cosmonauts or whatever. But
Yeah.
still,
I
it
mean, that
doesn't.
would be, bro, that would be, I mean, can you imagine if that is real though, man? How fucking cool that is, dude.
It would be,
To be
but could you
chilling up
imagine?
there.
I know, but could you imagine how cool it would be to see a decompression event and people go in and out, even because they have cameras still rolling on their chests?
Well, see, these are arguments from incredulity, my point, because I
Yeah,
can
they
just
are
kind of
because
visualize. No, I'm just saying, like, I could visualize just one problem in that I don't know enough about a camera, first of all, that if it could go from a low pressure zone into a pressurized zone like that, what it would do or whatever. There's always excuses that could be brought up, but that I don't know.
right. There's a couple other things, little anomalies, and like you said, it's arguments from incredulity, but there's little things that just don't make sense to me. Like if people are shedding skin flakes all the time, right? Now, even if they take the trash out with the pods, or if they're just jettison it in some shape or form, like I don't know how they get rid of trash. That's another problem. Anyway, static electricity is going to accumulate inside that thing to the point where it's going to be a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. They have no options or ways to ground that electricity out. And that really bugs me that, like, you know what I mean? Because they're up there doing all these water experiments with open circuit boards all over the place. And I'm like, no fucking way, dude. Like, no way. That just doesn't even seem fucking plausible. So little things like that, they stick, and I can't figure out how they would get rid of things like that. Or like, dissipate heat from radiators if there's no atmosphere up there. How do they sink heat out of their system? Just stupid
There's
shit.
many ways.
Right, but you can't dissipate heat without atmosphere to transfer to.
Oh, you absolutely can. Even a heat sink would do that. Even just a simple heat sink, a giant metal block with, kind of a fanning of metal coming out, so it'll all kind of dissipate.
But I've got to agree with you, like Ed, with the whole skin and the dust, and like when you see them putting the water about the ISS, you think, all these important buttons, and do you think they're all waterproof?
They would have to be if you think about it. I mean, that's the only thing that would make sense if it was waterproof. But if it was waterproof, then how come circuitry isn't waterproof when it's terrestrial? Like, where is the waterproof circuits? I mean, you have to have a waterproof seal, which is why the new phones are essentially waterproof sealed. But the electronics are still completely capable of being shorted out. Like, you'd have to think every single soldering line or every single circuit line would have to be covered over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but aren't they up there to look for water? How could their stuff be waterproof? They're there to look for water. They're looking for life. It makes no sense for it to be waterproof in my head.
No, I'm talking about inside the ISS where they're just shooting water all over the place and there's open circuit boards. And if water crosses those lines, things will get shorted out.
I don't think inside or outside is waterproof. I don't think that's their threat.
I don't know where you're coming from with that.
They're there to look for water. Why would everything in there, inside or even outside, be waterproof? I mean, even their suits. Why would their suits be waterproof?
No, they're not. I don't think their primary objective is to look for water being in the space station, though. I think that's the point.
Well,
I don't even know what they do. I'm talking about protection of electronics because
inside the ISS.
Yeah, if something shorts out inside of there and they can't get another card or another board up there, what do? Like, it just doesn't make sense why they would be so careless to spray water all over
exactly,
the place.
being so careless. That's the point.
Ed, maybe we should do a road trip, bro, and go to Florida, man. Go ask some people that know all these questions, dude.
Dude, I was actually thinking about going down to Houston. What is it?
Houston's even closer.
JPL.
We go shoot some guns down in Texas.
I'm down, dude. I just got to plan it out.
Oh hell yeah! I'll give you a few month heads up. That'd be fun.
But going inside and outside of the ISS, I've never seen that that change. What Ed was talking about, the pressurized.
It doesn't make sense if they've been up there 40 something years. You'd figured you would see it from the inside and from the outside if they have cameras on their suits and cameras on the interior, where there wouldn't be any pressure differential.
It's a good point.
So I mean, yeah, there's just things like that. Like I'm not gonna make the argument like the floppy door argument, which is stupid at best, because you'd have to test integrity, and yeah, you may not need to get super fucking strong shit to keep the seal, but the issue is that you know what I mean. Like I make this argument all the time. Like if something were to go wrong in these things that they don't film, how does NASA's quality control section, how do they correct the problems?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It seems like there's a whole lot of negligence involved in all this fucking shit. So like
that is the biggest red herring you have to date, dude. Seriously.
I'm serious.
That's a red herring as fuck, dude. Like, so, what do you mean? Like their contingency plans? You don't think they have contingency plans?
No. What my point is that if a rocket explodes beyond where they can actually film it, right, and they have no idea how it exploded, how do they fix it? And if they do have it filmed, then why don't we see it? You see what I'm saying? Like,
wait, you're saying a rocket explodes? What do you?
What I'm saying is rockets only are on film to a specific distance, and then we lose them from third-party outlets. Like if it's a balloon in the sky, if it's a plane in the sky following a rocket somewhere, if it's a land-based video camera, if they explode beyond where they're able to be filmed, how does anybody know what happened? And that's why I make up the quality control argument. Because if these components keep exploding, then and they don't have a clue of how to fucking even approach it.
Dude, they have telemetry though, man. The telemetry is being jacked back like fucking live.
How does telemetry data tell you that a rupture occurred in the fuel line? You see what I'm saying?
That's part of it. That's part of the telemetry data. Not exactly. It'll tell you what systems fail, dude. That's
I know. I'm just saying that my issues that I have is the lack of video proof that I guess I would require to see to even go down that route. And if I don't see it, then I can't 100% put blind faith into the whole thing and say absolutely I'm 100%.
Don't John LeBon me, bro. Come on, dude.
Hey, I've held this position fucking longer than most people.
I know. It's pretty.
I'm not saying that they're not up there. What I'm saying is that they put forth really shitty fucking proofs or evidence to say that they're 100% up there. I think
I'm with you on that, Ed, man. I've got to be with you on that, man. I'm skeptical about. Like, I know there's something up there. I've seen that. I've seen quite a few people capturing it, but are they really in there? Are they really throwing water around and shit and acting careless and?
Well, following that logic out, we have to then explain how they are acting in this. And the whole explanation from flat earthers when they're on chains or whatever, held up by their britches or whatnot. I mean, this is nonsense. They're not in a vomit comet either. So we need to explain that as well.
Yeah.
Because that is empirical evidence. Because we do see a person there. And they do exhibit like a gravity.
I know, but at the end of the day, we are just seeing them on a screen. We're not actually seeing them. We're just seeing them on a screen.
Yeah, but they have to physically, literally be in that state. There has to be something here on Earth that can put them in that state. They can't just completely animate these characters to
right. And I agree with that too. And that's the problem I had with the Vomicom stuff when everybody started doing. Because I was in the military. I flew on jets. I wasn't a pilot, but I was air crew, and I know what turbulence does, and I understand probably a little bit better than most people that fly commercially, like what air pockets do and like how hard it is to maintain stability. So I looked at, when I first started getting into all this stuff years ago, and I'm really paying attention to the Mercury and the Apollo missions, and to me, that 0G, whatever it is now, it could be terrestrial, it could not be terrestrial. I have no idea what technology exists, but it appeared to be genuine, or what we would told that 0G would appear to be. So, and anytime people say the vomit comet, I'm like, nah, bro. Like,
they're if doing anything, it too long, man.
Yeah. There's so much footage that exists that's steadily moving, but. Yeah,
I'm glad that you said that about hitting air pockets, because that is very realistic. Like you do, and it fucks shit up. Like shit, goes all over the place on a vomit comet. So
yeah, Shit, I've been in a jet that hit an air pocket and we dropped like 1,000 feet, and the dude in front of me wasn't strapped into his fucking seat, and dude was like floating in the air, and then as soon as the plane caught, he was just boom, just fucking pancaked on the ground. Like he didn't really hurt himself bad, but like it was pretty fucking interesting to see, nonetheless.
So sometimes when you follow this out, you gotta the logic out. You gotta like kind of almost go with Occam's razor. Like
Exactly.
If we can't prove, you know, anti-grav machines or something here on Earth, then probably what is going on up there and what they're saying, because we can see it and all this kind of stuff, is probably more justifiable. It's not completely, but you know,
So we've got
the standards of evidence you would have to prove it to yourself as an empiricist, as John LeBon is literally go up there, and you know, we know that with the story that they're at least telling us, that's probably not likely for us to happen. So you know, we're always going to
which is why I've let's say I've abdicated that position and assumed the position of I would accept long distance photography or like straight up video, something in that effect. Like even if it was like I said, even if another rocket went up behind it, just to film it. Like that's why I always ask the question, like what happens when a rocket crosses the precipice from atmosphere to non-atmosphere? Like does the atmosphere whoosh up with it? Is the adverse effects to rocket exhaust? What, you know what I mean? What exactly happens? And I have no answer. I have no way to find that answer either. And that bothers me. And like I said, it's not that I don't think they're up there. They could very well be up there. There could be technology that isn't rocket technology that takes it. I have no idea. But what they tell us with, you know, the whole story as it is with men sitting on top of fucking firecrackers getting shot to the sky, that's a bit suspect, in my opinion.
Look, how is it suspect when we can actually see the rockets perform the actual action and the film that they're actually purporting to do? And I would like to point out really quickly, John LeBon just said Tim Ossman is like a cooler, stoned version of Red's rhetoric these days. That passive aggressive motherfucker. No, John, you know what? Here soon we will do that Geo versus Helio, and I will stomp you, my friend. So that will be fun.
If you wanna stack those numbers, I'll sit on the side of Geo.
Yeah, well, I can't give away my magic secret, so just tune in, fellas. Glenn, you still there, buddy?
Still here, man.
What do you think about all the ISS and all that stuff? Is it more plausible to think that they're there with all the empirical evidence, video evidence, the rockets actually being built and made?
I have a hard time believing that they're there. I truly do. There's so many aspects to talk about it, like fiber optic cables running across the ocean. That's big red flags to me. I drive through the Rocky Mountain and I can't get a cell phone signal. I mean, I don't know. The mountain's blocking the tower. I don't know, but I got lots of questions about it. But I think some things, man, for me, it's better off to not know and just don't fucking care.
Right.
Well, the thing is about the fiber optic cables.
And when I open a fucking box like that, I got stuck for 2 years. I want to open another one now.
Those cables are not. Those should not be a red flag for you because they were established well before, and I mean that's how we communicate across the world. That's no secret. I mean,
those fiber optic cables were there before the space station.
Well, they started them like a long time ago. They were trying to do telecommunication across, and that failed with like millions, which would be billions in today's money. But they kept getting like halfway there or almost all the way there, snapping the cable. And so nowadays there's secret like government ones that run all over the world. There's all kinds of cables, but they're very necessary for communication, really. Because I guess Israel gets all of our stuff basically first. All of our communications go to Israel, supposedly. Everything.
Do you hear?
Yeah. No, there are some very odd things. There are some odd things, and you know, people do bring up fallacies like, you know, well, they own the banks and they own the TV stations. Well, I have some Jew friends, and they're very wealthy, and I know that because, I mean, Jews are good with money. You know, they're good businessmen. So that's, I mean, I guess that's kind of putting two together. Really, it's no conspiracy, or it could be. Really, I don't know.
It's just,
what do you think, Ed? Are you a Jew hater, Ed? I know you're a
Space Jews
conspiracy
in
theorist.
Space Jews in space? No, I'm not. I mean, I see the stories in history, and sure, there could have been some real shitty people. Do I believe that there's fucking like hidden cabals that still exist and pull fucking beating hearts out of people's chests nowadays? Possibly, but I don't fucking think it's happening in first world countries.
like even the protocols of Zion and all this shit. Is this not just a fraud now? They've not discovered it's a hoax. This paper.
The protocols of
Sorry,
Zion?
the Pike
I'm
one?
not savvy on it.
Nah, the protocols of Zion. Albert Pike was Dogma. What was it called? Something.
Morals and Dogma.
Aye. No, it was the protocols of Zion. I think they discovered it was a fake.
Well, you can. I always go back to, you can look up the Odin Yunan, and that's a pretty important one. That's from the, I think, late 80s, and that's kind of basically what we've seen today: establish a state for Israel and do the things to Palestine that we do. And
but they wanted to do all that anyway. Even in the First World War, the whole creating Israel.
Well, I'm talking Middle East. I'm talking the Middle East take over all these countries, infiltrate them, put in puppet actors for presidents and whatnot. So
that's been happening to the Crusades, man.
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is an evident plan that is like, you can actually read it and be like, oh, this happened here, and yeah, this actually happened. And then you look at you know, the old general that'll come on and say about 9/11. You know, right after 9/11, he got a report saying that, you know, he's going to take over 7 other countries, like, you know, Yemen and all these other countries, and that's basically what we did. You know, this is the plan. Basically remap the Middle East.
I think you're thinking. Oh, you're thinking about Albert Pike's. Was it the letter that was in the British Museum? It was like the plan. And it was, they had start the First World War, start the Second World War, and then it was a third one, like take over these countries. And was it not something to do with the Islamic?
No, that is one thing I was talking about when you brought up something that was debunked. Basically, I thought that's what you're talking about. But what I just talked about, the Odin Yunan, no, that's not debunked.
Is that not that?
Yeah, no. That was, yeah, in the 1800s, and I don't think that was legitimate, because there's probably no way that, you know, he could have foreseen that, but who knows?
Aye, the world's a fucked up place, man. But it's no flat.
Yeah, it's getting better every day, man. You know, Poncho Chance 24 hours a day. It's getting better. What, Glenn?
I think it's a beautiful place, man. You just got to enjoy it, right? And I haven't enjoyed it in the last 2 years. The best years of my life, guys, I was spinning on a ball, you know. That was when I didn't know any of this shit, and that they were the best years of my life.
Well, reality is,
I had no problems. In my mind, I thought I did, but they really weren't problems, you know.
Yep. Reality is completely subjective, and that's kind of what people, you know, fall into with the conspiracy, with having like a very poor outlook towards, you know, authority and you know, doctors and science and all this kind of stuff. So we kind of create our own reality, and you know, that also goes with creating our own hell, or, you know, actually enjoying it.
I totally agree. I totally agree with what you're saying, Tim. We all do create everything, because everything we know is a societal. As a society, we've accepted it. You know what I mean? All forms of knowledge stacked upon generations of other knowledge. You know what I mean? And shit we know today wasn't even a concept in humans' brains 100 years ago. And everything that we come up with, all these new ideas and all this other shit that either poisons or enriches society. It's all invented by these I almost said the P word. It's all enriched by these ideas and these concepts that we've developed and spread like viruses, which is exactly what an idea is for the most part. It's a mind virus. Like, ideas don't die ever.
You're right, man.
And they get stuck inside of what we would call, the imagination, and people fucking have obsessions and obsessive compulsive disorders and a whole litany of other brain fucking weird shit. And some people hop on certain things, and sometimes new things are invented and blah, blah, blah that weren't before. And it's the way that we think and the new ways that we think will create the new ideas and the new concepts for the next generation. And the shit we're talking about today will probably be fucking Bush League psycho shit 200 years from now, and we'll be getting fucking laughed at like the people fucking we laugh at, from 200-300 years ago. You can stick leeches on people's arms to bleed them?
It's better to imagine than it is to believe, because even if space is real, we ain't going. There's no way we're ever going. They're never taking us there. So it's cool to think that it's there.
Yeah, there was supposed to be like 400 flights a year by Virgin Galactic in 2014. You know what I mean? Like commercial space flights that people already paid for too. This shit's not happening. And I heard the other day there's going to be another third party. I don't remember the name of it. Another third party space organization that's going to pick up and move along with SpaceX, because nobody can get anything fucking accomplished.
Wait, SpaceX can't get anything accomplished?
I don't know how much I believe in that, but again, there's so many fucking flaws and stupid shit in that video footage they got.
What, the day-night and the Jeranism kind of aspect, or?
No, my problem is a flying stick with 10-foot fucking steel bucket drums on the bottom of it, flying into crosswinds at 45 degrees and maintaining that angle and attitude. That doesn't, for me, when I see shit like that, like, I don't know if that's even fucking plausible, honestly. I mean, sure, it could be, but I don't see how those wind paddles keep a giant fucking stick flying at a 45-degree angle lengthwise in the fucking atmosphere at thousands of miles an hour.
Well, they first go, if you watch them, they first go straight up, and then they do the parabolic maneuver so that they can get into orbit. But
no, it's
when they're doing the parabolic maneuver, there's very little atmosphere to be battling.
You talking about the Falcon X rocket?
Yeah, the Falcon 9.
That to me, that's another one that looks really, the physics in it looks ridiculous.
It looks sketchy. And every time they land, the video cuts out and you can never see the damn thing land. And they say, well, it's streaming across a vast distance and we're not going to get it. And I sit back and I think, motherfucker, put a goddamn SD card in the camera.
Have you seen the Go Fast rocket?
Yeah, and it looks beautiful.
It really does. But I mean, doesn't it look kind of goofy?
Down. Nah, to an extent, but no. I think it looks genuine, honestly.
Oh, it absolutely does. That thing takes off, dude.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
It goes up, and then it hits the what is it, the retro gyro?
The dome.
Or whatever the hell it's called.
the water. The H3. No, what was it this week on Glowbusters?
I don't know.
Actually, Bob was pitching water in one chat I saw just like a couple days ago.
Dude, they were walking back today. I sent you that text when, on Google Hangouts or whatever. When I popped it on and they were talking, they had like Malcolm Bowden fucking videos on, and I'm like, oh, these dudes are talking about geocentrism. I'm like, are they walking back everything they got? Because they did
were they talking about geocentrism today?
For a long time, because they did the Max Egan. They followed his flight, and it took like less time, and like they admitted that, yeah, I guess these things are possible, and here they are, and blah, blah, blah.
What? Wait, have I missed this? So
apparently,
so flights exist on a flat Earth.
Apparently.
Wow.
I mean, I know they exist. I know people that have taken the Qantas flight from Australia to South Africa. I know personal people who have taken that flight.
If they go to geocentrism, I would applaud Jaron in so many ways. Because if he got these people off the mindset of the flat thing, and went to the geocentrism thing. I think that's beautiful because, you know, people that are simple-minded like John LeBon in the chat, they want to believe that they are in this, you know, very special universe made, you know, where the sun revolves around John LeBon. So I understand where it's at, you know, so it makes sense.
If they go to geocentrism, I need to monetize my channel and start talking about geocentrism because I still have credibility instead of most of these flat earthers.
Oh, it'd be such an amazing step for these people, man. Because if Jaren did it, it would be big. I don't know if he would get Tiger Danned, but I think he could do it in a way that they would, you know, go for it a bit. Because even Bob, if you remember, on like the second or third Globebusters, was talking about geocentrism.
That's what I was saying earlier, man. Yeah. Bob just came out and says we can't explain the southern and northern star trails, and I couldn't remember what else he said, but that's what Ed just said. He actually said that the southern flights do exist, people. They do exist.
Wow.
He did. He said it. He said that, and he said the star trails as well. He says we can't explain it. We don't know how, but they do rotate differently in different hemispheres. So he did. He took it on the chin, man. He did. I forgot to mention that, but Ed reminded me when he said that. He did say that the southern flights exist.
Yeah, that should happen today. Like I said, when they were playing Malcolm Bowden videos, and I'm like, oh man, I remember this dude from years ago, and that's when I hit you up. I was like, dude, they're walking it back, Tim. Get on there, they're walking it back.
Wow. Yeah, they might be
for everybody, honestly.
Yeah, they might be. Yeah, it's so much more imperial. I mean, once that happens, I'm done. Like that's great. You know, if flat earthers went to geocentrism, that's so beautiful. Because then they'll be, you know, with the creationist, you know, geocentrist, and they can try to prove that, but it's just more realistic, you know.
I think so. I think so. Yeah. I still got my geocentric argument that I think is fucking rock solid. And I simplified it. I've gone over this about the galaxy, how fast you go and thing, but I've simplified the verbiage here. If light can't go any faster than the speed of light, right? That means that no matter how fast you move, light will go at the speed of light. So if we're spinning around the galaxy, then how much do we decrease, and what is the speed of light? What's the handicap at which we move? And that's why I say that physics is based on a still steady Earth, because if the speed of light is the speed of light and we don't have a handicap because we're moving through the galaxy.
No, see, these are relative speeds when we're talking about that at that point.
But it's not, though, because the standard model says nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. So if you're moving in a direction and you're 1 mile an hour less than the speed of light, and you shoot a light in front of you, it's gonna.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about something. You're talking about light. The speed of light is so fast, and if it went just a little bit slower, who would be able to detect it?
Well, that's not the point. The point is that it couples with relativity and special relativity, and it doesn't work the deeper you get into it. Because if we are moving at a specific speed, that means time to us is condensed if the standard model is correct. So we don't actually have a reference as to what still is. And if that's the case, I don't understand how physics is based on an unknown number and then what we observe. You see what I'm saying?
I would like to kind of establish something right now. I think that I can kind of equate the problem that people have with thinking of models here. There should be an objective truth here, in that we are actually a globe spinning around the sun. All of these heavenly bodies are spinning above us. So that is the difference between helio and geo. And we're talking about, when we talk about the heliocentric model, I mean, like Copernicus didn't know about precession of the equinox and all these different kinds of things. So it has evolved.
I quite like the idea of geocentrism, but things like Halley's Comet, how would that work inside a geocentric?
Well, I guess it would work exactly the same. I think it would work better in a geocentric model because you don't have to take into account the direction or anything else of how the solar system moves with the sun through a galaxy.
But there's a comet that is going very, very,
No,
very far away from Earth, obviously, that it can be
I know that,
tracked. So
and that's why it's easier at a geocentric standpoint, because it keeps coming back to the same point as opposed to spinning around a galactic arm while it's so far out. You know what I mean? Like, where's the gravity? How come it keeps coming back? Like, at what point in time does that comet fly off? Can it maintain the same speed? Is it, you know what I mean? Is it the same trajectory every single time it comes around? I don't know 100%.
I think it changes fractionally, doesn't it? Like
there's a thing called
and stuff will do different things to it on its journey.
Yeah, there's a thing called nutation, and it supposedly happens quite a bit where, you think of gravity and what we're told about these balls just flying about and, having their own gravity. And yeah, they do pull on each other in different ways. So yeah, I mean, fractionally, there is differences with Halley's Comet, but yeah, I mean, I think that there's depth, at least if it's geocentric. I think there's depth to the celestial sphere. I mean, that should be evident.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for sure, dude. And there is parallax measurements. There is all this shit. It's just very small,
So now that I think of it, I guess really it could almost be the same space model as the heliocentric model with just the distances.
It's interchangeable, and the only difference is that the epicycles,
they're all going above you,
and the stars are essentially put into separate elliptical orbits.
Yeah,
that's really the only difference, and they're interchangeable, and the physics work kind of the same for the most part, other than the issues I would have with speeds and moving.
Well, they don't follow Newtonian physics in the geocentric model, or
right. But the problem I have is the heliocentric model. That's not what it should be called. It should be called the galactocentric, because if we are inside of a galaxy, well, we're spinning and moving a whole lot faster, and that's another issue I have when it comes to redshift and blue shift.
These are relative speeds, though, dude. Relative speeds
don't mean anything when special relativity is taken into account. Now, the reason I talk about speed of light is because of redshift, blue shift, and apparently if it moves away from you or moves towards you, it has a different type of amplitude to it. But that's not, we're supposed to believe that light is a wave, and if it's a wave, then it has to travel through a medium to get to where it needs to go, and it's indicative upon the medium. And yes, if it only has a specific speed, that means that it can only reach that specific speed, then it's going to be subject to acceleration. It has to have an acceleration because it takes time to get to where it goes, whether it's small or a large distance of time. But if you're traveling towards what you're shooting at and it can't break that speed, well, there's going to be issues. You're going to be able to experience light in different ways, which is why I asked the question, how fast are we moving through the galaxy, and how do we apply that to the math to know exactly how fast the speed of light is, and what is the handicap of which that will move?
It would be the relative speed of the Earth, because that's where the observation points are from.
Right,
we're not doing observation points from the other side of the galaxy.
You keep saying relative speed, but here's the thing, because what Einstein talks about was time dilation and compression and shit like that. If we were standing still and not moving with the galaxy, the Earth time would appear slower to us, or because they're moving faster, they would appear to move slower, and they would be able to live longer. So what Einstein says, like, if you go out on a rocket ship and come back, you'll experience time differently. So that's why it's such a big issue. And when you say relative speed, that's a relative term. That's more conceptual than anything. If you are to believe that time dilation exists due to momentum and velocity. And that's why I make the argument, if we are moving around a galaxy, how does, if they do know what the difference is and how fast we're actually moving around it, then it has to be applied to the speed of light number.
So do you doubt the speed of light in general?
Right, it makes no sense how you wouldn't do that, because light would go faster in a specific direction as you're moving with the elliptical of the galaxy, as opposed to when you're shooting behind it. You know what I mean? Like, your observations would be different, even into a telescope, which is why I say, I think, geocentrism, I think it answers more problems. And then, it answers more things than, I have less problems with it. I have less problems with it in the heliocentric model. Yeah.
Look, this is the problem, is that people will bring up, the Big Bang Theory, like John LeBon did last night, as if it's proven fact. These are not. It's not. Most of these things are theories. People are so pissed at evolution. You know, it's a great theory for man, you know, in his beginnings. But we have to understand we are here in this, you know, supposed solar system on this Earth. We can only make observations from here. I mean, it's, you know, it's very, very limited. And if it is this ridiculously spaced out universe, we would have to take that into effect in you know, doing and really conceptualizing it. Like how are we going to prove any of this stuff? Are we going to be able to travel at, you know, 4.3, you know, light years to go to the nearest star or whatever? I mean, it's just not plausible, any of it, to try to prove this stuff. You know, like dark matter, dark energy, any of these red herrings that people bring up.
Mhm.
It's like, are we going around the sun, or is everything going above us? That's really the question. We don't. Everything else is basically a red herring because a lot of it's theory.
But could you still keep the same size and speeds, everything the same, with geocentrism? Like, would the sun still be the same size, or what? What?
No,
The
the
sun's a whole
sun,
different story. It's
the
fucked.
sun would have to be something totally different.
Well, that's
And
what,
Mercury, and what Venus is orbiting it as it's orbiting us.
so it'll be,
So it's proof that things orbit in geocentrism, that it's going around the sun, Mercury and Venus, but it's definitely, you know, we're the center. That's kind of a conundrum in the geocentrism, isn't it? I just thought of that.
It is, and it has nasty byproducts too, specifically, especially when you talk geocentrism, because it brings all the religious people to the forefront too. And all right, I'll say this: if the world would turn out to be geocentric, it doesn't prove shit other than the world is geocentric.
exactly.
Just make that disclaimer. Let me just make that disclaimer real quick.
Well, it's been a great hangout, guys. I'm just going to wrap it up at that. But it's just a shame we got you so late, Ed. It was good that you came on, though. You're more than welcome to come back and explain more about your geocentrism. Maybe screen share some stuff as well, because I know you're good at your animation and.
Yeah, I'm making a video right now. My computer's like all bogged up, but I'm thinking about actually making some geocentrist arguments and start actually visualize some more of the things that I talk about, and then maybe people might get a bit of grip on it, because I know sometimes I talk to people and they get that the very little deer in the headlights fucking noise, like, and I'm like, all right, dude.
Well, it's complex, so it's always good that you've maybe got something to show us, like we are talking about. Especially when I try and picture geocentrism, I find it hard without like really seeing a sort of diagram of some sort. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I'll see what I can do and try to make something happen with it.
Cool. Cheers, Ed, and cheers, Glenn, for coming on, man.
Thanks, all you guys, man. Thanks, Jed, for having me on, and nice to meet you, Ed, and nice to meet you, Tim.
Nice to meet you, brother.
And cheers for coming on, Tim, man. You've been good again, well behaved. You've no sniped me again. I'm just waiting for the snipe.
Next time, bro, I'll get you. I want my monologue on your show, man.
You want your 5-minute soapbox.
Yep.
Cheers, everybody, for coming on, man. It's appreciated.
All right, take it easy.
I'll speak to you soon.
Later, guys.
Cheers.